We do have a content warning, so exclamation point trigger. There are many triggers for this game. Many triggers for this game. So if you have any triggers, I would highly recommend looking at the list to see if your trigger is on there. We may have skipped some. We also may have not seen some. I don't know. Because I'm playing this completely unbeknownst as to what comes next. I don't have any clue. I've never seen anything of it. I have never played it. So this is a Patreon pick from the lovely Hall. Hall, thank you so much for being a lovely Patreon bean, but also for picking this game. It's so good. So good. Trigger list is as long as your arm. Yeah. I can't watch this. I am sorry. No, you're totally fine, Tea with Marie. Take care of yourself. Totally take care of yourself. Tomorrow will be Mario Kart, if that suits your fancy. We'll be playing Mario Kart, and I'll be dressed as Sexy Mario, and I'll be playing with Fender, my boyfriend. So, but this is horror. So if you can't do horror, I totally get that. But yeah, this is definitely a scary game. If you get scared of the Grudge or the Ring, the enemy looks like her, and I'm not okay with it because that is my fear. But I like getting scared. So, I was confused because never played Persona. Gotcha. That child, I had thoughts anyway. Just wonder if Platinum is going to put Astral Chain in the same universe as Bayonetta. That'd be very interesting. That'd be fun. Okay, then I wish you could spook. Thank you. Yeah, we play horror every once in a while. There'll probably be more and more kind of horror-ish based games in October, and then we'll be back to Mass Effect 3. So it just depends. But yeah, this is definitely scary, so I don't blame anyone that can't stay for it. Or, again, the triggers. Totally understand. The triggers are very intense. Especially the racism. Luke, we still haven't even touched Luke's chapter, so we're currently the lovely Rebecca. But Luke has been in this chapter a lot, and I think we all hate it, but it's fine. We'll deal with him. And I'll be dressed as Wario. I've been working on the costume for months. Shame I don't have a camera, Fender. Yeah, definitely take care of yourself, Marie. So apparently this game is set in Sweet Home Alabama. That doesn't surprise me. No, this game? No. No, this game's set in, like, England. Right? Or Scotland. England. I think it's England. I half believed you for a second. Luke. Going on your prequel, maybe Astral Chain will be set in the 500 years she is in that coffin. Oh, that'd be interesting. Fender, you have a phone, take pictures. We were currently about to investigate a bathroom with Rebecca because Kylie's friend is upset and won't come out. No, I don't. All right, so if you guys retweet the stream, I'll thank you for the retweets and quote retweets. We already did 10 newer gifted subs, which thank you again, Fender, you sweet fucking bean. And we're currently working on October rents and the rest of the stream schedule this week. As I said, today we're playing The Letter, which is from Hall, our lovely Patreon picker today. And tomorrow is going to be Mario Kart. Again, I'll be dressed as Mario, Sexy Mario. And I'll also be playing with Fender, and we'll be yelling at each other, throwing red shells. It's fine. When I say Sweet Home Alabama, I mean incest. Is incest one of the triggers? I don't think we've had any incest yet. Oh God, is it one of the triggers? Oh God. All right, you ready? Excuse you, I don't yell at you. Fair. I yell at you a lot though. I'm sorry. I love you. Finally finished the Netflix show Squid Game. Now to tackle Mike Flanagan's new show that dropped yesterday. Oh my God. All right, ready? Continue. Faceless beans. Does she have a cat tail? Chat, why does she have a cat tail? There are cat girls in this universe? Yep, it's one of the triggers. Interesting. I believe incest is on the list. We'll get to that. Okay, because I was going to say we haven't yet. It is indeed on the list. Who the fuck is family in this game? It might be a story in the past. Like, it might be like the ghost story or something. Yeah, no spoilers. So, you do not ask why someone has a tail. Just questions. Think it's a backpack? Yeah, well, the backpack has a horn. It's like a narwhal. Anyway, can't just shy away from it, can I? I don't remember what we're talking about. Kylie escorts us to an adjacent hall. Thursday, October 27th. At this hour, the corridors and the rooms... Can you guys hear that, by the way? Is it okay? Lining its sides are empty. Save for the gentle rustling of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our foot against the floor, the whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. This is a part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day, and with the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, it'll once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Audio seems fine? Okay. Get all the noms, baby. Hi, Kyrie. Hello. I love how this game uses British terms, swears, cusses, insults, makes it funny stuff more funny to me. Fair. Sometimes people wear Tails' cat. It's okay. Luke stays behind, opting to wait for the end of this drama instead, obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie follows right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Sometime before we made the turn down the hallway, she has stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Probably to brace or calm herself, or maybe this was her way of preparing to pull her friend out of her sulk. It certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remarks on it, however. It's all a part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. DMCA! The door is slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside, the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush. I know that crying. This is not normal crying. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Da, 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 da. Creepy child's creepy, yeah. God, I hope my kid doesn't freak me out in the middle of the night at some point in the future. Just saying. Turns out Kylie's not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms on my lips as I call out to her friend.
Hello? Hello there?
Why are you smiling, Sadistic?
You're Kylie's friend, aren't you? Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Children can be so amusing sometimes. Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave. Don't you want to receive one?
However, her cries show no sign of abating. They only grow louder. Not close to a wail. Alarming, regardless.
Are you okay?
From where I'm standing, it sounds almost like she's in some kind of pain, and it's not possible. Impossible. They do that sometimes, hiding what ails them for fear of a reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose the loo farthest from their classroom. Wasting no time, I gesture for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door, calmly, so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of deja vu hits me. What is this new journal entry? Should've fucking Luke. Hannah's shots being creepy, disturbed Zachary, decided to show the photographs. He's upsetty. Okay. Career day. Slender Man. Luke was seen attending career day at St. Goretti High School for his goddaughter, where he met Rebecca again. Minutes later, a sobbing Kylie interrupted their conversation to report a friend crying in the little girl's room. I've been in this position before, behind a door and with someone crying on the other side. My calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Even so, being in the same situation before doesn't bring any comfort. I'm putting up for the child beside me is the thick undercurrent of worry trickling into my stomach. I didn't understand that sentence. I take one last breath, then I nudge the door open. It all happens in a span of a second. I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. Her cry abruptly stops. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. Ooh. And when I turn...
Kylie?
Why, Kath?
I wanted to dress up as sausages for Halloween. I first tried to talk her out of it by lying, but I had to be frank further down the conversation.
God damn it, Kath. Thank you for the 666 biddies for that jump scare. And Kimmy!
There you are. There you are.
Hi. And Kimmy, thank you so much for the raid. What timing? And for that resub. Oh my god, Kimmy.
Raid.
Kimmy, thank you so much for 36 motherfucking months. 3 years. Kimmy, you're amazing. Chat, if you guys are not following watching Kimmy Kims, I don't know why you're not. You should be. She's fantastical. She plays all the games, and she's a really good bean. I highly recommend Kimmy. Hi, how are you too? I'm good. Just staring at a creepy child while the music gets really intense. Jesus Christ. What a great moment to raid. Okay, I'm gonna just... Music, please calm down. Hi, guys. Hi, Zombie Craze. Hi, Orange is the sweetest. Hi, guys. Hi, Carlini. Hey, hello. Nice timing, Kimmy. Yeah, hi, River Song. Hi, Tellison. Hello, everyone. Hi, Amlide. How are all of you on this lovely Friday? How's your Fridays going? What were you playing, Kimmy? Were you playing all the things? What were you playing? Did you have all the fun? The kid is an end boss based on the music. Yeah, you're not wrong. So we're playing The Letter, for those wondering. It is a visual novel horror game. It has many triggers. So, Jesus Christ, we're pausing that again. I'm just clicking off the game. So, as you can tell, it's a little creepy. It's voice acted, except for the like in-betweens when the person's thinking to themselves. I read that. It's very, very good, but it does have a long list of triggers. So if you have any triggers, I highly recommend looking at the trigger list just to see. There's ones you wouldn't expect. So I just highly recommend that. But it is a very good horror game. So if you like horror, hey. John and I were playing RE6 and we're almost done with it. Yo, I hope you guys are enjoying it better than me and Keita did. We had a hell of a time in the first 30 minutes. It's fun. I do what I can. Kimmy's amazing. Hi, Soothsayer. Hello. She looks different. Kylie looks a little different, chat. So this is a little girl that's been like hanging out with us. I think this is a vision and this isn't actually Kylie. Oh. Choo-choo. Hi, Train. Hall, thank you so much for the 38 months. Thank you, sweet bean. Also over 3 years. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hi, Pink Monster. Thank you for that follow, too. And thank you, Carlini, for the follow. Holy crap. I enjoyed this game. It was good. Yeah, I know nothing of it. I've never played it before. I've never seen it played. So this is completely blind for me.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel.
River Song. Thank you so much. Also, I love your name. My girlfriend's name is River, but also I know it's from, I'm assuming it's from Firefly because that's her last name too, isn't it? Thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, I've never seen anything of this. This is a Patreon pick from Hall. So if I get, so please no foreshadowing, no spoilers. If you do know stuff, the only one who's allowed to kind of suggest anything is Hall, High on Lullabies, because this is their pick. They want me to play this, so they get to choose how I experience it. But otherwise, I'm doing it completely on my own. I'm expecting her head to spin. She's so creepy. Yeah, I was going to make a joke about crying child at FNAF, but I wasn't sure if an actual child or not, or crying adult we normally see. I know. I was expecting the jump scare of the creepy woman, but we are in Ada's campaign, and it's the worst, but almost done, thankfully. At least you're almost done. Also, at least John's played it before, so you have someone who kind of knows the drill. But that's nice, chat. You should go follow Kimmy again. I just want to say it again, because she's absolutely fantastic. Also, John, they're fantastic beans. I love them both. They're fantastical. When Madly Ballas Hero played The Letter, it was still full of bugs and save errors. Oh, well, I luckily have not encountered that. But I also have a lot of saves. Like, hold on, we're going to hear the music again. Where's my saves? Look, I have 2 pages worth of saves because I fear. So, yeah. River Tam is Firefly. River Song is... Doctor Who! Damn it! I've also seen Doctor Who. It's Doctor Who. My bad. Actually, Doctor Who, which also I do. Yeah. That's how I know River Song. Okay. Hey. I knew that name. Damn it. Freaking mixed up my fandoms.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel.
Thank you. Extra Machine. I appreciate the 100 biddies as well. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I know Kath, the Doctor Who fan, to be fair. I'm sorry I let you down. So many rivers. There are a lot of rivers. Also my lovely girlfriend. So I have a raid response for you all. It's going to be a little jarring in the middle of this intense moment. But it's a little outdated. I'll update you guys on the changes after I run this. But I will be right back while you guys watch this. So BRB.
Hello, welcome. My name is KatFTWynn. She my floof.
Just call me Grandma. I really like to collect Koroks. That's a problem. What did I do? Where's the webcam? I just stuck on a horse. I don't think that was supposed to happen. That hair's going.
Are you okay, miss? I'm just kidding.
I don't think this was supposed to happen.
This is actually my first time ever playing Breath of the Wild.
She misses.
You're naked! I can take a picture of you. Oh! I myself am pan. I have a husband and a trans girlfriend. And then my mom is lesbian and my dad is gay and my grandmas are lesbian. And I'm just surrounded. Oh, that is not a dog.
Bear, what have you done?
Is it Banjo-Kazooie?
Well, you fuckers. Let me smash versus let me smash. I don't know how I'm alive. Hey, so that's me. Hello and welcome. Also a correction. Well, hold on. Let me get this beautiful visual back. Okay. So, I actually don't have a husband anymore. We are getting divorced, and that is okay. We are both still best friends. It's just it works best for us. But I'm still with my girlfriend River, and I actually have 2 boyfriends, Finder and Wolf Prince, who hang out and chat. So, and who are very lovely beings. Also, take care, Kimmy. Thank you again. Lurk all you need. Take care of yourself. Get all the rest. You deserve it. Thank you again. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. I'm always live. Well, usually live Tuesday through Saturday.
2.
There's River.
Close your eyes. 1.
At least it's yummy. And very cold. That's my lovely girlfriend, River. Yeah. Hey. Thank you for the 314 biddies, Soothsayer. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys for contributing to the hype train. Also, take care of our song. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, thank you. No one questions the Kylie with blue that has blue hair. No. Hi, Punchy. Oitsu. Hello, hello. But yeah, so that's me. I live with River, but all of them have been on stream. River's been visually on stream, as you just saw, but Finder and Wolf Prince have joined on voice calls. Actually, tomorrow, I'll be live at noon Central Standard Time playing Mario Kart 8 with the community, but also with my boyfriend Finder, who will be joining me on call. You get to hear that sexy Scottish accent. And I will be dressed as Mario, sexy Mario. So it was an incentive from a party a couple months ago. So we're doing that tomorrow. That is the plan. So if you like some chaos, that will be tomorrow. But yeah, today is horror, and it's a Patreon pick from Hall. Becca looks almost annoyed at Kylie and her sprite. I know, she's like, Kylie, what the fuck? Yeah, which is not the response I'd expect. No. They just probably didn't have something good. What's the problem, Spirit? I assume Kylie just needs help. Yeah. I find it weird that Rose has pink hair, but Marianne calls her red. It's like salmon in some pictures, and pink. Like, it's straight up pink here, but it's like salmon down here. So, someone please redeem Lotta voice tomorrow. Oh my god, I don't like looking at the please back away from her. Okay, so we'll continue, but yeah, you guys are more than welcome here. As long as you are super respectful and nice, you are more than welcome in this community. If you guys would like to put your pronouns next to your name, we have ! pronoun. You can decide it, or is pronouns or pronoun? It's one or the other. But it is an extension where you can see everyone else's pronouns in chat. But also you can decide your own. So even if you don't want to download the extension for Chrome or Firefox, which is fine, you won't get to see everyone else's decided pronouns, but you get to at least set your own so that way anyone in chat that does have the extension can see what you decided. So, yeah. There we go. Hi, B-Cath, which is, to be fair, I assume. Oh, my God. Hi, Kath. So... is it weird having my name said? Oh, in the game. Yeah, that's fair. I have enough points. Light red. I mean. All right, so we're going to see what happens in this really creepy scene. Ready? All right.
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
My whole body becomes motionless at the sight of her. Words catching in my throat, heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie. I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries the youthful, innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
Can't you hear her? She's asking for your help.
But it is not those that trigger a memory. It's those chilling eyes. Calling. Beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once the memory returns to me. A tide that has receded and now returns to shore with an overwhelming force, carrying images of a single moment from days ago. Of a world passing by in a blur, and of features I can barely discern under the little light there was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes trained on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time, no blood.
Has she been to the Joker School of Smiling?
My heart? Soothsayer, thank you for the 666 biddies. How dare you? How dare? Yeah, it's me. I couldn't find the extension on that page. Wait, really? It's in the upper left-hand corner. It should be. Should be. Unless they updated it. I rarely come across my name anymore. She sounds a little different. Okay, the music's back to being intense. No blood streaming down a pale face. Thank the heavens. Thank you, Soothsayer, for 666 biddies, though. I really do appreciate it. Just lips contorted into a small, twisted smile. They brim with venom I've never expected to see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person. People like you deserve to die.
I can't breathe. Those whispers and laughters again. Judging, mocking, taunting. Each scathing word ringing sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes in. My whole body tenses. A chill settles at the top of my fingers. Every digit gone rigid from the cold. With every single draw of breath, any struggle for air or freedom, the coils wrapped around my body tighten, dragging me down. A gradual, torturous... My dryer just scared the shit out of me. A gradual, torturous descent into another bottomless abyss. On, and on, and on, until I lose touch with myself and the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claims me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze without warning.
Are you ladies done with your business here? I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
Luke to the rescue? I hate it! My eyes snap open and the world shifts into place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger, no vile hatred in them. Just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I become aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. I've reached out for the nearby counter to steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on them is. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still stammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing still comes in short, shallow bursts. Before me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state.
Did you get sick? I'll call Teal, okay? Stay here and don't move.
No. No need. Just leave me alone.
Teal will know how to fix you. Oh, wait, okay?
No. I wish I can speak reassurances to her, but I can't shake it off. The dread is there, twisting at my insides in anticipation. Of what? I am no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break into a run. Brushing off the anxious look Kylie gives me when I gently push her away on my way out, or the furrow on Luke's eyebrows when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they both saw on my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't even understand what's happening anymore. Maybe believe in ghosts. Maybe, just maybe. Fuck off, Luke. See where I can add it as a streamer, but not as a viewer? Wait, what do you mean as a streamer? It shouldn't be related to streaming or viewing. Weird. Maybe it's because you already have it added? Do you already have it added? That's exactly how I would picture the daughter of Joker and Harley Quinn looking. Fair. We know Hannah is still alive. The others we do not know yet. Yeah. Blue is sus. Kylie knows it's pink. Yeah. Luke came to save today. Don't know how to feel. Yep. Thank you, Luke, and I hate that I have those thoughts. Yeah. The ghost didn't want to deal with Luke's bullshit and just noped the fuck out of there. That. Distance myself from the child after that. Well, it's her student. Also, Slenderman. Just saying. Believe your best friend, right? You leave Small Bean alone, you ghost. I think Small Bean was fine. I think it was just the ghost fucking with specifically Rebecca. Luke Whiskey Wright. I'm so not thanking Luke. Fair. The tremors continue long after the last of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time a pen slips from my hand or my shoulders tense whenever called. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my 4th cup of tea would provide any sort of comfort. Or is this the 5th? Egad, what does counting matter now? The fact that I can't easily shake it off this time should tell me something. The last time this happened, I passed it off as some lapse in my part, after having been sick the week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
Those are just stories, century-old lore passed by the locals to keep children in line. What places don't have those? One of my Dawes books even went as far as to describe them as a strong part of Isabella's culture. Tree giants, women who feed on unborn children straight from the mother's womb, or hell, there's even one story about a demon baby. All folklore that never had a smidgen of truth in it, most people told to scare off natives back in the old days. But much like every other one in every other place, the world is more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I've been hearing and feeling, perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than awful Halloween prank.
Perhaps Isabella's right all along.
Thank you. A terrible thing if true. Though the thought doesn't linger long, thankfully. Soon the ringing of my mobile takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up, and my brows knit together. Shipped! Marianne McCollough. Staring hard at the screen, I try to remember when I've entered this person on my contact list. Takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eye zeroes in on the book lying wide open on my table. Loaned out of the library almost a week ago. I met the woman there by sheer coincidence, a fellow history buff apparently. We were after the same book, but in the end, she's given it to me, under the condition that I call her once I'm done. To be honest, I completely forgot about it until now. And, well, haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally, I'd be done with the whole volume of this size a few days after taking it out, about 1 or 2, depending on how busy I am. But finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere the next day, and then someone suddenly inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stops showing up in her flat right after worrying reports popping up in local news. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. My phone gives out another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Marianne?
Hello. Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
I mean, usually if you miss one call, you don't call again immediately after.
No, not at all.
Just saying.
I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon.
Ghost is embarrassed and kill Luke right at the start, yeah. The jar looks full of weed. It's tea. Ice cream time. Yo, ice cream. Heck yes. Marianne's accent sounds better every time I hear it. I love it. Marianne does like karaoke. It's true. I set my pronouns but can't see others. I can tech support this off stream though. I've just been forgetting. When anyone else clicks on it, does anyone else see how to add the extension? I don't know.
Unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
Oh, sure. What about?
CX?
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you've just met, but I answer her nevertheless. I'm more curious where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, 3rd-generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah?
When we played Marianne's chapter, she didn't talk to Rebecca, did she? Not like this.
But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright. I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
Hold up. Journal. When did... Oh, no. So she wouldn't... Okay, never mind. Okay. I was wondering when Marianne's, story ended and was wondering if this was after it, but it's before it. In hindsight, I should have expected it to lead to this. She must not have lived here long if she's asking about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella, superstitious down to the last hair. Though I won't be too far off to it won't be too far off to think Marianne has only started thinking about this recently. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde Mansion, yes?
Ermengarde Mansion!
Yes, that one. And, the thing is... Oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this. It must have been the sunny weather. It's making me sick and see stupid things.
See things?
No, wait. It's all right. I don't mind.
There's a moment pause before she responds again. She's right in that this is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded on their beliefs with regards to these things. I don't blame her if she hesitates. I won't blame her.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research.
She did, but it wasn't seen. They didn't want to reveal this till now. That makes sense. Would have required repeating a lot of stuff that is in Rebecca's chapter and Marianne's in order for it to make sense. Gotcha.
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
Ugh.
My lips will be sealed. Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just,
Fucking haunted.
what do you know about it? The general gist. The place is past. What happened to the owners? Anything you can give me.
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary, from the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had built it, up to the point it got deserted after last heir's death, and the deed was passed on to Ermagerd's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those if it wasn't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. This is all nothing she probably hasn't heard before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
That's all there really is to it?
as far as I know. There's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories. Aside from that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years. Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff?
Unbanned
other
legends.
Crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I've drank has given me prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my light hold on it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to turn into more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of.
Why don't you talk to... I didn't mean to do that. But also, let's save while we're here. Why don't we talk to her? Why don't we just talk? Why don't we communicate? I see you, Bear. I see you. No. Yeah, you lay the fuck down. Anyway. Armageddon. If this would be Raging Loop, you would get 30-minute description of that 400-year history. Yeah. What's Raging Loop? Unbanned legend. Best type of legend. Unicorn of the worst nightmare. Oh my god. She doesn't want to believe herself. I know! I just want to shake her.
What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, no. It was just something I came across.
Yeah, so did we. Maybe talk about it.
Ignore it. Random thoughts, you know?
No! Don't you dare ignore it.
By the way, I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
She ends the call abruptly with only a clipped goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. The mood around my classroom has gone considerably denser, in light of what little I've gleaned from the conversation. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine. I'd give her that. But she's left a lot of things out. I get the sense she only asked because something's happening around her too. And if she hasn't mentioned... the letter, I think it was supposed to be hadn't, I probably wouldn't have made the connection.
Just what the hell did we get ourselves into?
I'm still salty about Raging Loop. I don't know what it is. Why don't we talk to her? Because it wouldn't be a horror if people were competent. I mean, people are not competent. The last 2 years taught me that. I mean, fair. Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusion can be formed from what we have, and if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us the letter might tell us something beyond what we know. And tomorrow night, I have a few hours of that chance at a housewarming party. Totally not exciting, though. Totally not an exciting thought, since the place is privately owned now. I can't just wander around. But it's Tolly. But it's enough reason to keep the dread at bay as I step out of the room, ready to put an end to this day. Jump scare? Luke startled me, and I hate that. However, all those good vibes disappear into thin air when I run headfirst into Luke. Wait, there's a new thing. Let's distract ourselves. Alright. After the strange encounter at the little girl's room, Rebecca tried to remain composed throughout her day. As her classes ended, she received a phone call from Marianne McCollough, who asked unusual things about the Ermagerd mansion. Ew, it's him. There's really something in this man. And it's a stick up his ass. Regardless of how much my opinion of him has changed over the span of a few hours, he simply blasts through every good impression people have of him without a care of thought. He doesn't even need to open his mouth. His mere presence does it. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love.
You're still here?
Obviously. Who do you think's standing in front of you?
An ass.
Oh, come on, Daisy. You've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave.
Yeah, fair.
What do you want?
Belatedly, I noticed his hand. Partly raised, almost poised for a knock. At a slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and toeing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make a vague gestures at me and the child. He's just like, this. He resembles a fish flopping for air with the way he's moving his arms, though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Teal.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at blackmail. Love it. Rolling his eyes at the ceiling and maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being served a dose of his own medicine, huh? Once his frustration has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. I do my best to stare the offending digit down, but I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her. So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite? I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just say yes.
A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twists into something between a grimace and a smile. As it happens, he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You'd think the man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Please?
Tia said it'll be his treat.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin. I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise I'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh, all right, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
He and Ashton will get along famously on that department. On a different front, yeah, but he's actually rich. He can afford a nice meal. Anyway, on a different front, the offer for free dinner does sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second, I find all my choices slipping away from me.
See, Miss Pink? It'll be fun. You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, well,
My mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence, and for a second, I'm spared from the act of giving an answer I'll regret either way. Fishing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I didn't say it amused me. If I say it didn't amuse me. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking, a message from Ashton shows up. Oh. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salem Well this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabella's place after. See ya. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by or he's in the area for some business. From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabella's ever going to let him leave the building unscathed if he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man. I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him. Sighing, I slip the gadget back in my pocket. But looking up to see Luke's utter impatience on his face, I now find a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting, and knowing the kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. What the fuck happened? A cat knocked something over.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
On the other hand, there's Ash. His message didn't exactly imply he's going to wait or he's expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply. Housewarming party matters. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although the former has already made it clear he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. Right, because Hannah runs into Ashton and Rebecca at the party. Even if he detests attending gatherings like this, it's company that counts. We can be miserable together. But that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no. I'd rather not hear that. If, by some miracle, he agrees to it, he'll probably be sulking the whole party, or investigating because he realizes this is what his whole thing's about. Not really a tough choice when you put it like that. Still, a tough choice, but I'll have to pick one. I have other things to do, okay, but only because Kylie asked. I hate this. Can I save? Shit. Oh, I don't know. Like, I know we go to the party with Ashton. Like, that is canon. Cheap Rebecca, but it's good anyway. No surprise, never any good vibes to be had from encountering Luke. Yeah, fair. Queen Ray. I have a coworker named Luke who's completely different but equally annoying, but also not on this level. Fair. Acts like a child and yet can't even beat a real one at that. Yeah. Good. Something in this man. Thank you, Kath, for this clip. Why'd you want to go with Luke? Asking again with that attitude. Yeah. Luke is now dubbed Lord Dickweed. Duckweed? Okay. Interesting how he does try to not swear with the kid near him. Yeah. Hardest choice yet? Yeah. Like, I feel bad because Kylie asked. And also, this is for sure going to keep us with people, which is important right now. Even if I hate him. I want Rebecca alive. I don't care about Luke. But I have other things to do. Might make me be alone until he gets there. If I'm going to suffer, then you will suffer with me. Do you go with Ash, or does Ash just end up being there anyway? Yeah. That's a good question, because he might end up being there anyway. And I'm afraid if I go home, Ash doesn't show up, and he ends up going to Isabella's or something. I don't know if this matters. Hall, how important is this decision? Is it just story, or is it important to life or death? Or you don't want me to know? I fear. I also heard a bird and I saw Tali out of the corner of my eye go sprinting. Doesn't affect whether Rebecca lives or dies. Okay. Then I'll go because Kylie asked. Because I feel bad because she's staring me right in the face. In the end, it's my own fondness of Kylie that wins out. Also, we did kind of freak her out earlier, that should be honest. Chances are I'll only have to endure his presence for an hour or so. If it lasts more than that, I can make up an excuse. A sudden call from a friend or things to work on. Oh, he likes me more. I don't care about that. Doesn't seem so bad when I think of the pros and cons. At best, it'll be a quiet dinner. At worst, it'll be an awkward affair with both eager to be rid of. I'm leaning more on the latter happening, hoping for the former, of course.
Okay,
We
but
freaked
only
her out.
because Kylie asked.
I don't think the first one was Kylie. I think it was just the ghost. Kylie's face instantly lights up. For the third time today, she tackles me into a hug before pulling away and dragging me by the hand towards the building's exit.
That's alright. I'm sure Teal doesn't mind. He let me pick where we're going to eat. Don't worry, it's just close.
Luke follows closely behind, and perhaps out of some desire to keep the dead air away, I can't resist throwing in a quip.
Keep your distance. You better not do anything funny, you hear?
I'm the one who should keep my distance. May I remind you who approached me first and what you did right after?
Oh, I remember it clearly. But perhaps it's you who needs a reminder. You seem to have never learned your lesson. Care we give it another try? Maybe this time it'll stick.
Maybe this time it'll stick.
I have to say, I do enjoy that they hate each other so much, though. And she has no fears about letting him know.
You think you're scary? Well, I'll show you what's scary.
To my surprise, his tone lacks the usual sardonic note in it, and briefly I pause to stare at him. He quickly shuts his mouth right after and walks ahead of us. All talk and no trousers like the usual, and for the better part of our walk, except for Kylie's excited chatter, we don't speak. Somehow, I have this strange feeling I'm already getting used to this kind of banter with him. I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad thing. It's a tolerable thing. It's kind of like when two parents hate each other, but they have to tolerate each other for the kid. Just happens. What is he, 12? Yes. And amidst this newfound friendship, dare I call it that? No. Ashton's message lay forgotten and abandoned in my pocket. He wasn't really asking for help, though. Dinner date. Ah! God, I prefer Dale. All right. Of all the places nearest to the school, Kylie picks this one, and waiting for food to be served is as awkward as I imagined it would be. Why Tio? Because he's her uncle, right? Luke, you're such a child, and that's an insult to the child with you. Not the bad sort, though. The pleasant kind. Surprisingly, Luke's an okay bloke when he tries. When he tries. So long as you're willing to look past the tactless remarks, or we're not exchanging acerbic quips. It's clear he's making an effort for this to be as fun as possible for the 6-year-old by being chattier, even going as far as to laugh when Kylie's story calls for it. Aw. It's an interesting thing to hear from the man. More than once, I think I heard Tali meow. More than once I catch his frequent cheesed off expression easing whenever he looks at the girl.
And your friend? Did you make up with her?
Tali came running in here all excited. I heard her meowing. Do you see a birdie? Is the birdie really close? Looks like a great diner. It does look like a nice, coffee place. So, what is happening here? All right. Kylie and her family are of Spanish descent, I believe. So Tio and Tia is for aunt and uncle. Yeah. I knew she was a godchild, but is correct. Acerbic? Okay. It means caustic, burning. Gotcha. Okay. Please do not let them end up in bed together. I don't think that's gonna happen. If anything, they just might be friendly. But I think Rebecca has morals, I hope. Unlike Marianne. I love Marianne, but she has no morals. Alright. And your friend, oh.
Yep. She said she just saw something she didn't like. She didn't accept the jellies, though. She told me to give it to you instead. She knows you like the red ones, too.
Very well. Hand it to me later. I'll bring some of them home. I think your Tia would love to have some.
What a terrible liar. Once Kylie wanders to the nearby bookshelves, after having lost interest in the conversation, however, we both revert back to silence. On our own, we have little to talk about, aside from a few questions about the other here and there. At one point, he does veer on local politics and history. He's surprisingly versed with it that he can hold a decent conversation without throwing a jib. Jibe? Jibe. Jib. Cut of your jib. Nothing too personal is ever mentioned so far, though. It's too early for those, and besides, I don't like him enough to speak of every minute detail in my life. Better keep it strictly between the silence and the casual repartee. Why are these words here? This whole thing already looks and feels wrong on so many levels. I'm quite sure he feels the same. So when another bout of silence hits us and becomes too much, I've taken to finding something else to occupy myself. Toying with my mobile, turning it from hand to hand while we wait for our respective meals. But it'll be a complete lie if I say I'm not waiting for some intervention. I like the cut of your jib. Something to pull me away from this place. Someone. Ashton's probably at Salem Well by this time, working on whatever business he has there. Maybe if I make up an excuse and leave now, I can still catch him?
Cut that out. It's distracting.
My hand stills, holding the gadget awkwardly between us, arrested mid-pass by his bored tone. He's been quiet for a long minute now, after complaining about how appalling the tea they're serving here is. Of course. Becca still has terrible taste. Because Ashton? Yeah, fair. Oh, right. Ashton was so obsessed, she was so obsessed with Ashton in the beginning. Oh, you cleaning him? Cute. Before that, he has whined about how uncomfortable his chair is and tasteless the decorations they have here. Previous to that, he griped about how dull the place is compared to the one he frequents on the upper class side of the city. Well, I'm sorry for being a bunch of peasants, Your Majesty. Figures he'll lose patience soon, having already grumbled about almost everything his eyes can reach. It's just unfortunate he's turned to me now.
Why don't you just look somewhere else?
I can't. If I turn elsewhere, I might end up looking at the bobfuck right behind us.
Okay, first of all, I hated that noise. Second of all, what the fuck is a bobfuck? And should I not have said that out loud?
Bobfuck? Do I even want to ask?
I don't want to hear it. If it's coming out of his mouth, it can only be either rude or offensive. Great. Damn it! Regardless, he continues.
Everything looks good. But have you seen the face? True horror.
What is it? What does it mean? I probably shouldn't have said it, and I'm so sorry to anyone that offends. I don't know.
What is wrong with you? You know, I frown about this in practice, but that mouth needs to be washed out with a particularly potent soap.
I initially thought he was talking about food behind him, and then when I said it, I realized it might not have been about food. And I was right. Somebody please explain. I'm scared now.
Preferably by your own mom.
It's an ugly person? A person with an attractive body but ugly face? What the fuck? Oh my god. I hate Luke. I hate Luke so much.
A shame she isn't here,
For whatever reason, that puts an end to the talk right away. He returns to watching his godchild, who has found a particularly interesting picture book and is now poring over it, while I turn back to my mobile. Body off, Baywatch, face off, crime watch. Soothe? He's such a detestable human being, yeah. I mean, why did he make up his own word for butterface? I don't think he made it up if it's... No. No. Gotta take the food from Bear. Well, Till, it's Googleable, so it's not just him, yeah. Still no message. Would it kill him to at least send a message? Check if I were home? Meanwhile, Luke's silence lasts about all of 10 seconds.
What is it with the damn mobile? Are you on a curfew?
Yes, I looked it up. Never heard that saying before, though. Oh, really? Oh my god. Did you come back for food? Really? Are you kidding me, Tolly? As soon as I lift it up because Baron goes to eat it, she comes back to beg for it. Now she just walked away. What did you want? Oh my god. Okay, well, Baron's not around. He's got the immature act down pat. I'll give him that. Now that rhymed. Seriously, how old is this guy? Has he somehow been deprived of affection during childhood?
And what is it to you? I don't think it's any of your business what I do with it.
It is my business, all right? 1, I'm the one paying here. 2, I'm being forced to eat dinner in a place this stuffed and noisy. Lastly, it's been 10 minutes, the food isn't here, and I'm hungry. What you're doing with the mobile is annoying and distracting, when the least you could do is keep things entertaining while I suffer.
That's your problem?
I'm a guest.
Shouldn't you be more worried about how this entire affair looks to other people?
Oh, I didn't realize this was one. You move fast, Daisy. You could have informed me first, you know. Had I known, I would have taken you someplace nicer.
I hate him. Oh no, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Hey, Luke, why don't you fuck off, you rude bastard? Yeah. Can I strangle him? Dude, can you not? Yeah.
Certainly the kind with better food and plenty of good wine.
Why did I ever think this was a good idea?
He's such a hoe bag.
Did it ever occur to you how inappropriate this might look to everyone?
Why should I care? It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be. Relax. I won't do anything to make your boyfriend angry. He doesn't even need to know we dined out.
First of all, I don't have a significant other. Second of all, you have a fucking wife that you're cheating on repeatedly, so I just... Oh, I hate Luke.
It'll be our dirty little secret.
He's not my boyfriend.
The words came out with more force than I'd intended. By the time I realized my slip-up, his lips were already spread in a sneer. Heat slowly creeps up my face.
Oh, so there is someone. You're so easy to read.
Briefly, his eyes search my face. I have no idea what he sees, nor do I care to know, but in the next second he barks out a laugh, displaying his amusement without reserve to everyone within earshot. In that moment, I know I've flipped a switch in him somewhere, and I've lost my chance to deny his assumptions. Do I even want to know? Isn't that the reason why I've been so focused on my mobile, waiting for another message for him? For a reason to dump this awkward meeting to go after him?
Look how mottled you are. Now the nickname makes more sense. Shy Miss Pink and her cute little crush. The color suits you, by the way. It matches the hair.
It's not a crush.
Classic denial. But in reality, you want him to be yours. And your every move is made to make him notice you. In fact, you don't want him to see you with another man in a non-professional capacity, because he might misinterpret it.
I hate that he's right. I want to chop him and feed him to a plant. Oh my god. Not Rocky Horror. Little Shop of Horrors?
The same thing goes for you, doesn't it? Bloody, yours is even worse. What about your wife? Aren't you concerned she might misinterpret this?
Daisy, just because we tied the knot doesn't mean we have to be joined at the hip at every single opportunity.
But no, you're in a monogamous relationship. It does mean that you have to be loyal. You fucking unloyal tramp.
Don't be ridiculous. Why else would you marry her if you don't want to be with her for the rest of your lives?
Because, Daisy, she also has other things she can do with her life and friends to spend time with. Granted, I don't like some of them, and I have a few of my own she utterly dislikes. But wifey doesn't have to know my every move. Nor do I hers.
Okay, but she does kind of need to know if you're sleeping around, because that also affects her. Because that an STD happens, and she needs to know if she's been exposed by your hoe ass. And there is polyamorous relationships, obviously. I'm part of them. But that involves a lot of communication and honesty.
Do you know how boring that would be? to be with the same person for all hours of the day, losing sleep over the mere fact they're not with you?
That's not what I'm saying you need to do. I'm just saying don't fucking sleep around.
Or putting everything you have aside to please them, to have your whole world revolve around one person?
Aren't you just mistaking that for something else? Unlike you, there are other people here who don't share the same jaded outlook you have. Don't lump everyone together just because it didn't work out for you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I hate that he's saying the truth. He is saying the truth about Rebecca. He's not saying the truth here. Been listening to the off-Broadway musical. Yo, see more free food here. I want to shake him so bad. Yeah, can I fight him? Yes. Communication, honesty, and trust. Exactly. And Hannah has no trust in him, nor should she. Unfortunately, as horrific as he is, he's speaking a lot of sense where Rebecca is concerned. Yes, he is. Luke wouldn't know, honestly, even if he wouldn't know, honestly, if it bit him in the ass. Yeah, fair.
And you, my dear, are unexpectedly naive.
What's so naive about it? If you love each other, wouldn't you want to always see them, be with them, to have them focus solely on you?
Okay, well, you may not... That's expecting a lot, I will say, because people do have passions, hobbies, and like me, I really enjoy, and my significant others know this, I just am fine with being in each other's presence. We don't have to be focused on one another, but like sitting in the same room while I do art and they play a game or whatever, like we don't have to be, or just being in the same house, just enjoying each other's presence. I'm fine with that. Like, I'm completely cool with that. They don't have to be vying for my attention all the time. It would be exhausting to try and be at someone's beck and call all the time. So I disagree with that statement, but...
Maybe you haven't been loved enough.
They are both on the extreme end. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh, it's that kind of thing for you, isn't it? The love is eternal, love is a strong emotion shite.
I mean,
a starry-eyed girl pining for a dashing Prince Charming.
It should be a strong emotion.
What's next? Romantic confessions of love? A grand wedding on the beach? Dozens of spawns running around in some picturesque home in the suburbs?
First of all, calling children spawns. Second of all, love may not be a strong emotion for some people that don't feel emotions strongly in general. But this dude does. He's just an asshole.
How quaint. Are you also expecting it's going to be sunshine and rainbows after? A happily ever after? Please.
What? I never once said... And is all of that such a bad thing to hope for?
Woman, I've been married for 7 years, and I'm telling you, it's far from what you have in your pretty red head.
Because you're the one involved in the marriage. There is a middle of the road, you two. Yeah, relationships are about compromising and communication, sometimes compromising. But if you're too opposed, like if you're too opposite, and compromise is hard or just not fulfilling for either person, it may not be a right relationship. But Ash isn't a Prince Charming. No, he's not. Luke is a terrible person. Because you're fucking around, Luke, yeah.
Tell me, how long has this song and dance been going for you and your man? Maybe I am mistaken.
Averting my eyes as I tell him all I managed to do. What does his mere 7 years have compared to the 17 I've had with Ash? You are friends because you haven't made a move with him. He's not yours. It's laughable he thinks those two things are even comparable. Ash and I may never have moved past the boundaries of friendship like what I'm hoping for years. But what we have isn't something anyone can scoff at. I've always been by his side, endured everything with him. I know him better than anyone. Oh, is your Toddy? Oh, she's like behind. Okay. No matter what this man this complete stranger says, I know there will always be a place for me beside him. I think she means Ash. Yet.
Come on, Daisy, that shouldn't be too hard. 3, 5, 8, 10, 20.
His words easily seep into my heart like sharp daggers, gradually picking apart everything I've ever been sure of. Despite myself, the doubts resurface and my defenses crumble right in front of my eyes. It's no wonder he sees through me, and as expected, he ridicules it. No problem, Cat. Restrained, low, and rumbling, a sharp sound striking the air around us amidst the murmur of people and soft notes of the music playing over our heads. His shoulders shake, and when his mirth becomes too much for even him, he reaches up a hand and passes it over his face as if to hold his glee close to him.
Bloody bullocks, this is just brilliant. Oh, mother, why do I always keep running into these things? This day couldn't get any better. I think I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
He dissolves into another peal of laughter, but when it subsides, what he has for me are more words. Scathing, each of them. The urge to run from here has never been this strong.
Is everything you said how you plan to act, if that man of yours ever ends up with you? Cling to him? Put him on a bloody pedestal? Let him become the center of your universe? Although with how long this seems to be going on, I think you've already done so. Marriage will just be icing on the top. Like some sort of reward for you, isn't it? For being a good, patient, loyal little girl all this time. Never looking at another man. He must have been having a grand time with someone pining over him this long. I'm a little envious, to be honest. Maybe also a little surprised he hasn't suffocated from all your attention yet.
Laugh all about it if you want. It's not like you'll ever understand.
Luke falls silent. The ridicule in him is gone in an instant, and his eyes meet mine, sharp and imposing. Hi, Theron! Oh, look, I come into an asshat. Yep. Kick him in the baby maker. Maybe if you put work into the relationship, then it wouldn't be so bad. Yeah. Doesn't help that Ash is as dense as two short planks when it comes to relationships, or maybe his eyes are just blinded by someone else. Yeah, or I just figured he's so focused on work. But we haven't played him yet, right? I don't think so. A challenge, but I hold it against him with the same intensity. Because if there's something I won't let his opinion trample on, it's this. What does he know? However, he's the first one who looks away, focusing his eyes back to where Kylie is, and for a moment, I believe I've won. Until he draws in a breath and turns back to me. The words he drops next, though hushed, hang heavily in the distance between us.
You're right. I won't. But I do know not to mistake love for obsession, woman. They are not the same thing.
It rattles. Out of everything he said tonight, this is the one thing that twinges my heart. Maybe it's in the manner he delivers it, the lack of conceit in his posture, or an underlying insult in the tone he takes. The remark is not meant to cut, merely to express a simple truth. This time, it's him who holds gaze against mine. Another unspoken challenge, and I realize that, if this happened minutes before, I'd already have an equally searing retort at the tip of my tongue. There's none. But the anger is there, ringing at my insides, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. Isn't it enough? We have the long years we've been together. We have the memories. Whenever he needs me, until other people come in between us, I've always been the one there. That dedication and loyalty should mean something, shouldn't it? It doesn't mean something if he doesn't find attraction to you. Oof, her mindset scares me, to be honest. I've always been sure of it, and that one day, he'll see it for what it is. In spite of that, in this minute, under this man's scrutiny, my own heart wavers. Now I struggle to find words. both seem to have the same reaction. Oh no, Luke got serious. Yeah. And he's right. Yeah, he is right. She's being obsessive and it's not like she's being kind of really creepy about it. Because like she's just like, he'll come to me. He'll recognize all the work I've done for him. But what if he doesn't? Because he's an idiot. Or he doesn't feel that attraction to you. Are you gonna be okay? Because it doesn't sound like she will be. Like, what if he does end up liking Isabella, and because you never made a move, he never knew how you felt, so he went with who was being clearly giving him attention, and went with her. You would hate them, or hate her, and she's your friend. And neither of them could be at fault for that because you never told either. Anyway. The more he'll talk, the more I want to slap him. That's fair. Have you ever told him any of this, Rebecca? No, she hasn't. It's kind of sad the way that she's thinking about this. Yeah. And I just worry she won't be okay. You Belong With Me by Taylor Swift starts playing. Yeah. I was curious as to what that would do. Oh no, he likes me more! However, those are for me to ponder on. This arse doesn't need to hear them, and neither is he entitled to them just because he dished out some profound sounding life wisdom no one asked for. So I look away, hoping my own silence won't be enough for an answer for him. And it is, for a moment. Up until warm, furious tears prickle behind my eyes, stinging, begging for release, along with every other frustration this dumb talk has built up in me. Excuse me. All because of this man. I hate him. I hate the fact that he has to be the one to see me in this sorry state. I'm already expecting another barb from him when his expression shifts. Except he panics. In the span of 3 seconds, his expression changes from indifferent to concerned to utter panic. He doesn't know how to take care of a person upset. It would probably have been funny if I weren't so irked by the sight of his Glaket bastard. Never heard that term before.
Hey, are you crying? Are you going to cry?
You were being a dick.
Stop that right now, woman.
You stop having emotions right now.
Will you shut up?
He clams up almost before I could finish. Whether this is due to the sudden force of my voice or how I look, I pretend not to think of it. He seems to be like a deer caught in headlights. The way he's making himself smaller in a seat. But I'm still pissed. I'm tired, and if I can't punch him, I can at least scream at him.
You're an annoying bag of dick, you know that? If I hear another word from you, I'm sewing that bloody mouth shut myself.
It does do the trick. Not to the effect I'd hoped, but the moment I've snapped at him, the stinging at the back of my eyes melts away and a strange calm overcomes me. A fragile thing when found in the middle of a busy coffee shop. Nevertheless, it's appreciated considering it doesn't last. Immediately broken by the very person that put me in this state with a few awkward pats to my shoulder. Done twice. Thrice. And another. Until my patience runs out again, and I'm pulling out the book from my bag, raising it threatening over his head. It'll surely dent his skull if it slams down at this height. Part of me wants to see that, but I restrain myself. He has the good sense to recoil, though. Shortly, he shrinks back into his seat and waves his hand in front of him in a gesture of surrender.
Watch that book, woman! I already warned you about your little threats. You don't want to see my brand of angry!
So threatening. No, I don't want them to jump bones. No. No. No, no, no. Yes, he likes you more, but I think that's the right answer as far as Becca is concerned. If she keeps trying to defend herself and this viewpoint, she's never going to grow. Yeah, that's fair. This is the conversation of two people who do relationships all wrong. Yeah. Luke is panicking so bad. I feel bad for the patrons of the coffee shop. Yeah, although I'd be like eating popcorn, like, what's happening over there? None of them actually have a chance to do it either. One of them doesn't. Yeah. One of them has a chance to do better. The other one doesn't. Got it. Yeah.
Then keep your hands to yourself!
All right, that's it. People these days, I swear you treat them nicely, and this is where it gets me.
You're the last person I'd ever want to comfort me. Even if we're the only 2 remaining people on Earth. Don't flatter yourself.
Okay, have it your way, Daisy.
And stop calling me Daisy! I have a name, you know!
He mutters something inaudible under his breath, although afterwards he doesn't say anything further. For the next minute, he simply contents himself with making a mess out of paper napkins, folding them into clean shapes without any clear intent, before crumpling them in his hand when he loses interest and dumping them in a small pile in front of him. A waiter serves our meal soon enough, and Kylie makes her way back to our table. But before I can take a single bite, he mutters something. The words spoken in the same tone he's used since this morning, all under his breath, whenever the honest part of himself would show. Despite my rather confusing opinion of the man, I stop short of shoving food in my mouth to look at him. His eyes are on his food as he speaks, busying himself with cutting a portion of meat on his plate. But what comes out of him only rings true against my ears, above the din of the coffee house.
For what it's worth, Rebecca, I didn't ever think that's all there is to you. Why else would I leave my own goddaughter in your care if you're just some lovesick woman?
He spears a piece of his food, pops it in his mouth, and that's it. One whole day with this man, and I still can't figure out what his deal is. But for what it's worth as well, I don't think he's entirely a bad guy. The rest of our meal slips by in silence afterwards. I think he has a lot of wisdom and compassion when he realizes he's gone too far. I think he has a lot of wisdom, and I think he has a lot of compassion when he's gone too far. But I think he's too fucking jaded and lacks entirely any morals and honesty, and I have a problem with that. Hard to disagree, Becca. The rest of our meal slips by in silence afterwards. Aside from Kylie's occasional chatter, the whole dinner goes by without another word exchanged between the two of us. Somehow we managed to make it through the whole thing without triggering another tension-riddled conversation. A good thing, perhaps. 1, because Kylie's sitting in front of us, and 2, I probably won't be able to hold a conversation with my mind heavy with thoughts. Oh, also, he's manipulative as fuck, as we learned from him being with Hannah. We depart from the coffee house just as the evening crowd starts to thin out. Like, I think it's interesting that they show there's more to him than just being a cheating asshole, but he's still a cheating asshole, and I could never be around someone like that. I think he just gave Rebecca a compliment. He did. That's why I was saying, like, he does show compassion when he realizes he's gone too far. It takes him having to go too far to realize it, but... The same wordless silence fills our short walk back to the school, except for when Luke gestures at a nearby flower shop and enters it without waiting for Kylie and I. He emerges minutes later carrying a bouquet of daffodils, with the same softened expression back on his face. Unlike the previous ones, he tucks this one away almost as soon as he looks up at us, a moment he's not willing to share. At my confusion, he merely answers with a shrug and continues walking.
For someone important.
I'm assuming that's for Hannah? He gives those to Hannah? I don't know. It's been so long since I did Hannah's chapter. Not what I wanted. Well, no fucking clue. Oh no! This is where Marianne disappears. Do we have much after this? Okay. Okay. I don't really remember. I'm trying to like remember. This is when they fight. So that's in 2 days. Okay, that's the cellar shit. Zachary went looking for Ashton. but to no avail. Luke Wright. Right. And we don't know any of those days. Okay. Okay. I accept it for what it is. If only because he doesn't owe me an explanation. It does leave more questions about him, each one as baffling as the previous ones. Those are the last words spoken this evening before we head our own ways. Up until I arrive home, I still can't understand him. Here, however, a whole different set of questions awaits me. And much like everything today, it comes with the littlest of things. A lone note greets me upon reaching my unit's door. Its edges flutter lightly against the faint, warm breeze passing through the small complex. My hand stops short of twisting the knob as I stare at it, though I don't make any moves to take it. Ashton's neat script lines its surface. Dropped by earlier. You weren't around. Any ideas where Scaredy Cat is? I couldn't contact her. Inspector Abigail has a few questions. LPD stuff. Something about something about her dead coworkers. Anyway, let me know how the two of you have been doing. I'll see you later. Ash. Winky face. The message he left, short and straight to the point, but not without the underlying hint of friendship. He's looking for Isabella, apparently. Something about LPD's investigation of her coworker's death, but ends its formal note by checking on me. Tone. Us. Any other day, the former part of this message will likely prod at the piercing envy I've been holding, while the latter will probably send my heart flutter. Little things from him like that I want to mean something more. Yet, this time, only guilt fills me, and my eyes briefly shift between Isabella's empty unit, towards. Luke's words repeat inside my head as I do so.
For what it's worth, Rebecca, I didn't ever think that's all there is to you. Why else would I leave my own goddaughter in your care if you're just some lovesick woman?
Have I always been like this?
This selfish? In truth, I have intended to call Ash after that dinner. After that dinner. If I didn't catch him here. Invite him to the party like I planned. There's time, and he's still probably awake at around this hour. But my hands won't move, and perhaps it is for the better. Until I've had the time to think this through, it'll be best if I distance myself from those I've been clinging tightly to. Find a different perspective and see things for what they are. With a soft sigh, I reach for the note and crumple it under my hand. The knob twists open with much ease when I enter this time. Maybe after some introspection, it'll be easier. For tomorrow, I have that woman in the mansion to worry about. Oh, thank God we made it through the night. October 28th, Friday. I was like, oh no, we're alone and we're distancing ourselves. That's even worse. All right. That's a really cute picture, but I hate him. Luke and Kylie invited Rebecca for dinner as she was about to leave. Despite receiving a text from Ashton, Rebecca agreed, and the three spent the evening in a nearby coffee house. Upon returning to her flat, she found a note from Ashton left her. No, I really hate confrontations. It sets my anxiety. Yeah, sets off my anxiety even when it's is other people. Yeah, that's fair. I get that. Was he gonna call Mommy if Rebecca doesn't stop? Wait, what? I think he just gave Rebecca a compliment. Yeah, sounds like it. Hard to disagree. He's not entirely a bad guy, but he is obnoxious and dishonest and all other things bad. And that it outweighs the good by so far, it's difficult to see. Yeah. I think you get the answer as to who it's for in Luke's chapter. Oh, gotcha. So we don't know for sure. I couldn't remember as Hannah if we had gotten the daffodils. All right. Readjusting. Take care, Soothsayer. Thank you for hanging out with us. Have a lovely Friday night. Get all the rest. Get all of that rest. Take care of yourself. I'm readjusting completely. Hold on. Just need to sit differently. All right. The night wears on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. Come morning, there's only a rush, a strange sort of stillness, unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting for the proper time to snap. Granted, it doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. And as expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of 2 squabbling adults echoing from a floor below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
I wasn't.
Ashton and Isabel.
Ow! Could you let go?
Not a few seconds later, they both ascend the stairs, with Ashton pulling Isabella by her wrist. She struggles, as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood as she attempts to pry his hand. I don't know, that's kind of a warning sign. Don't like being manhandled. As she attempts to pry his hand off of her with her other one, or using unnecessary force to push herself away. Neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. She has the good sense to realize that, at least. However, it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton's temper with her own. So on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
You have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Rose died, Ash.
I know. Every single person in Luxford knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will...
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it. It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both of their heads snap up, almost in unison, a displeased frown on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken interest on the commotion, with some of taking a peek behind their curtains, while others are bold enough to creak open their doors, if only slightly. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen. First thing on a Friday morning, even if this is hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're done here.
Hi, Rudy Moo. Hello. Inspector Trevor? Wait, what?
No, we aren't.
In games, etc., I'm fine, but in movies, mostly as well, but IRL, that's totally fair, Demonas. Totally fair.
Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them, and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place. Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way. Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
That last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory. At that vicious smile already etched deeply inside my mind. The image appears clear enough that, at the mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
It's nothing.
It's
If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we? But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse. There's a murderer on the loose, and your co-workers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
This is Ethan all over again in Resident Evil Village! Don't keep the civilian out that has really strong ties to the situation.
I wasn't chasing after...
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute?
Oh, it's from Les Miserables. I can never pronounce that right. Moniker for detectives who are more antagonistic than helpful. Gotcha.
What's this
Famous
about your
last words.
coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it always has been. Besides having a very good point. Really, they're the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been seeing, sensing these past few days. It doesn't matter what Isabella or I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me, and that letter she picked up is at the heart of this. Thank you! Thank you, Rebecca! But however I respond to the question in their faces, only one of them will be pleased with it. Oh, yeah, no. I might have seen her. Yeah, no, I'm saying this in a heartbeat. I'm saving. But I'm absolutely saying this. Ashton in particular won't be too happy to hear it. Yeah, fuck Ashton. I don't care. We need to fight this appropriately. Isabella, yo! Wait, I'm in the way. Hold up. Yo! Get fucked. Although it's still not that bad. Luke's lower. Marianne's even lower, damn. Well, I guess we haven't really spent time with her, but just saying. Alright. But, yeah. Imagining the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. His entire posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows. Shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself for the disappointment. And it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'll be saying this either. I feel like it should mean so much more that it's coming from Rebecca as someone who was adamantly against superstition. I feel like it should mean that much more. Like, I feel like everyone should take my paranoia so much more seriously if River were to back me up. Because River doesn't believe any superstitious shit. And if she were to believe it and couldn't deny the coincidences, then it would mean that much more, you would think.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare at me like I've grown an extra head. And for a few moments, Ashton looks as if he's about to have a fit. A pause treads at its heels after. A silence thick enough. One can almost hear a pin drop. I'm surprised he hasn't had any experiences. Or he's just a dick if he has and he's being this way.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
I'm not sick.
That's
Don't
what
you
she
think I
thought
know
first.
that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cuts sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing argument.
It's all my fault. This is all my fault. I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in, deep, steadying, and in that moment, something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
A quiet resolve. The same one I saw in her the night from 3 days ago. You shouldn't do this alone, but this time it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at its sight. When she looks at him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching, gradually his grip on her wrist loosens.
Belle, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us. A hush descending, as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays a hand atop his. Gentle. Pleading. Almost intimate, if one does not consider the circumstances we found herself in.
Please.
Ashton will never tell a soul. Will never admit it to even himself. But it is in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment the hard edge in his eyes softens, and he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small, lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales, before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose, in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping. Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instinct takes over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all this will take us, how all this will end. He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
A different kind of trust. Granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls silent for a moment, as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to, at least, listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. A favor for me, and the least he could do for her. This is as much as I can do for him, as well, until I've understood what's happening myself. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide the answers I'm looking for. Yo! Alright. Isabella and Ashton arrive at Salem Well, having an argument about the missing BRC employees' investigation. Annoyed by the noise, Rebecca inferred, and in the end, asked Ashton to keep an open mind. Alright. Save. I know who you're siding with straight away. Yeah, you do! We're at a minimum with Marianne, so that's nice. Yeah. No blaming yourself, Belle. It's not your fault Ash can't see what's right in front of him. Seriously. Hi, Wolf Prince. Hello, hello. Alright. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabella claims dwelling in the mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Of all the cabbies in Luxborn, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Still not as bad as finding out your car's starter refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning, yes. But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way. All because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him will get along so well. I do get his reasons. After all, I've had my fair taste of bizarre lately. All of which might have been brought upon that by the letter that Isabella found here. Oh, Wolf Prince, my heart. Oh, I love you. Oh, I didn't see it. I clicked. Ah! No, I didn't mean that either. Stop! Ah! Ah! I got distracted. All right. Don't look at me. Anyway. Oh. But you'd think he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself, not at a distance 15 minutes away from it by foot. Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal and constricting, otherwise that short walk would have likely put me in a bad mood, long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight. Wolf Prince broke cat a little bit, it's fine. God damn it. Although this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view and I near the entrance. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in their best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Excuse me, presumably Miss Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. Does she know Luke's last name? Does she know? This despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, or not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At worst, she's the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Luxborn.
Welcome everyone.
The Mum said we could have been best friends, or good friends. No, she doesn't know yet then. Oh no. I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guests she has. Although I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my tastes. They flit briefly in my mind until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
I wish I can share her enthusiasm, really. But being surrounded by all this extravagance, for the lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. I shouldn't have let Luke's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked Ashton like I planned. If he were here, then I wouldn't have to.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
The rest of that thought dies in my mind at once. A moment of astonishment overcomes me, before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes another for my body to catch up. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it's his familiar mop of hair that catches my eyes first. And there he is, almost an arm's reach if it isn't for the guests standing between us. Ashton Frey standing in the Ermagerd mansion's driveway with an air too lackadaisical for someone who absolutely abhors parties of any form. That Luke's married to her? I thought she did. I don't know. Maybe she does? No, I don't remember. Or has any business here as far as I know? The picture it forms is too bizarre for me that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought.
Ashton?
He swivels on his heel with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across it once he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
That in itself is weird coming from him. It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. His gaze darting between people walking past us until a small frown forms in his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
Chief?
Ashton, what's...
Oh no. Unexpectedly, no! This fuckwad. Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. He still has the distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharper, as if he has found what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers earlier.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask already, he has turned his back on me, from me, and is walking away without a single explanation whatsoever. I don't know either now. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up with him, if only to know what warranted this sudden departure and his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
Yeah, why is he saying be careful? careful? That's a good question. Only for my attempts to be interrupted by a muffled ringing in my pocket. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long. Just a simple hello, a reminder to enjoy the party, and to send the regards to the old student. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. I keep sliding away. There we go. And with a sigh, and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and head inside. Even with a familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is, this is somehow shaping up to be a terrible evening. The party is full of swing an hour later. Hits full swing. I was like, swing dancing? I love swing dancing. He is kind, but based on his words, seems purely a friend. Who? Ashton? With the host's opening remarks given, still no sign of her husband, the poor woman, and the guests promptly fed, the band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Could you not compete by my voice? I guess it's not that loud. It sounds loud in my ears. Soon, laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes fill the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of the music. It seems fun, I admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers making their music their own, almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined the crowd for a song or two. There isn't a lack of invitations anyway. Plenty of them, in fact, with some asking more than once. It's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them. And I can. A single nod is all it'll take, and the evening would have been far enjoyable for me. I mean, far more. But pride in my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him, curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. Because doing so also means outright acknowledging the douche's claims. That he has to be the one to tell me that still sends my blood boiling. I would have preferred someone more agreeable, less of an arse. It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. Zachary's precious and I love him! The big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two between takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's oblivious. He's been flitting in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, and another he's hovering around the string band. Just a second ago, he's wolfing down some deviled eggs by the buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know, he's gone. Eggs and wine! I question this. Zachary is the best. Ash doesn't seem to view Becca in anything other than friend or like sister. Yeah, he's concerned, but has zero romantic interest. It at least seems that way. It seems like he's like that for everyone. Oh. Next thing I know, he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he doesn't want to be with any of his friends. Is it because his boss is here? Probably. What's the big deal about that? It has never bothered him before.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
I mean... Also save.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Okay, so we've had this conversation. Her voice almost makes me jump, too focused on the gobshite, wandering around the ballroom and my own annoyance to notice. If she's heard any of the profanities I've mumbled, or she's taken notice of my discomfiture, she makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Hannah Wright gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes with being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous, snooty people. Though I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself, She's probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years. Might have already forgotten about me or my parents. People like her thrive on connections, after all. Nevertheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes a while for me to... It takes me a while to realize who she's talking about. Until Ashton walks by again, in closer proximity than any of the times he has done so far this evening. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way, though, even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend, then? Because that would explain those rejections.
This is a weird perspective, and it makes Hannah look much more evil. Oh, nice that they have all of the sleeps. You have a lovely evening too, and have fun with Ash the ghost. Oh, take care of yourselves with you. We have, but now we get to it from Becca's point of view. Not sure if it shortens any of it. That's fine. Oh shit, I didn't read that. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My coworkers more often than not assume he is. A few of my neighbors also think we're an item. Wait. This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Oh, okay. Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Still, the heat of a blush creeps up in my cheeks, a denial ready, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such
Hello,
a violent
cleavage.
reaction. A simple no would have sufficed.
She's holding her arms under her boobs like the nurse? Who does this? Thank you for the clip, Kath. Wolf Prince distracts Cat. Wolf Prince with the step on. Oh my god. I think I'm too short to step on Wolf Prince. Anna Moo. Oh my god.
Many here would be happy to hear it.
Well, one more person besides the nurse, yeah.
And I haven't been looking at him.
I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good cheer, it easily falters.
That's right. You've been staring.
She's blushing.
Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
Foreshadowing! It's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I've imagined myself to. Although her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are. Her face quickly lights up, and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. But of course, there are some things we really can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to ask, or to talk about as children, when there are loads we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you. You were the cutest little thing with glasses. And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
I think I'm too short to step on Wolf Prince. Makes note to buy Cat a stool. God damn it. Oh my god. Lifts or stilts? Oh my god. No. Oh my god. There's a cat here. There we go. Baby Rebecca with glasses does sound cute, yeah. Clearly haven't been here for a while for making jokes about Wolf Prince being stepped on. Wolf Prince is my boyfriend. God damn it. Hannah stringing it out like this makes this so awkward. Yeah. She's having fun, is what she's doing. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, God. There we go. I believe I still have the clothes she gave me, chosen, all so I could impress him. And even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly. Yeah, no, the Twitch chat is being weird. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Sure, he's keen. He's a detective for Evan's sake, but feelings, more often than not, escapes him. Skater plateau shoes? Wait, what? Yeah, no, I assumed, but I was scared to ask for clarification. Congrats. Very lately given, but still. Hey, I appreciate it, Theron. Thank you. Thank you. Given how she went at Zach, then yeah, she probably is. What? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't know. I did not realize there was a thing. God damn it. Yeah, no need to be scared as long as polite. Yeah. I forgot about that. That was a command. Hacker Wolf Prince. Hannah having fun in this situation? Yeah.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Which makes this whole talk all the more embarrassing. And the more names she lists off, the more my discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is, married, to a man she probably loves at that. She doesn't know it's Luke. She can't know it's Luke. She can't. Oh my god, that clip, yeah. I forgot that clip here. I'm reopening it for later to watch because I forgot that I have it. All right. Anyway, because I need to remind myself what it is. All the while, I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
She says that, but for the short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said over the matter. I haven't even figured out how I should feel about things Luke told me. Now, I'm getting dragged into a similar discussion.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Though to be frank, I doubt she'll be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her attention.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky.
Blackmail.
Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
Oh, it keeps breaking my heart thinking about Hannah and the fact she's pregnant with Luke's baby. Hypocrisy. I fucked up. I right-clicked. Hypocrisy, that's what this is. How dare I preach about something when it's exactly what I've been doing? And then, I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the one who has stayed by his side the longest. When in the first place, Ashton has been his own person. This is something I cannot force on him. She's learning! I can only hold on to these. Take care of it until the time comes I can confess it to him. Great if he reciprocates, but if he can't, if he won't, Selfish. I've been too selfish. How laughable that Luke's words still ring true up until now.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks have also seen changes in the way I view things. That means growth! As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know may not even be true for other people or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now has doubts muddying each of them. But there will be time to mull about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends the room, a whole different issue rears. I'm excited, because I want to know her reaction to finding out that's her husband. Becca, take your own advice. Yeah. At least she recognizes that she's been a total hypocrite. Yeah. It's growth. It's introspection. Introspection's really important to think about yourself and what, you could have done wrong, or to look at what you're viewing from a different perspective takes a lot of growth. Especially when fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably late and oozing with the same pompous mien he always carries around with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party. I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the Wright mansion.
Before long, Hannah leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
I hate. It is growth, and this is why I love her character, because it's growth I recognize very strongly in myself as well. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I'm liking Rebecca more, the fact that she can grow. I like that she's like that. I like a character that grows. Luke, fuck off. Puke.
So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served.
Pretty sure when I added Popcat, it didn't have, that, wig on, and now it does, and I don't know. Is it supposed to be, a clown wig?
Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
His attitude, the manner he carries himself around the people, his unfamiliarity with that part of the city. Oh, of fucking course. That is an emote? Oh! I guess... Oh, of a VTuber? Wait, really? Oh, that's a Twitch emote? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, I'm so confused. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I just don't recognize the hair. So I wasn't sure what it was supposed to be, because from the angle that it's at, it looks like a, curly hair. Okay. Oh my god, all the pop cats. I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and the gossip columns have never been really my thing. I couldn't remember the name of my pop cat, so I got very confused. The same person? Oh, that's much more adorable than what I thought with with the hair on the pop cat. Aww. I really like that emote, actually. It's super fucking adorbs. Posting that emote prompted me to suggest the BTD version. Oh, gotcha. I like that it pops over the mask. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and the gossip columns have never really been my thing. I should have also expected that wherever Luke fucking Wright is, some sort of drama will sure follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it, figures it'll find him on its own, even when he's not asking for it. And boy, will it. Oh, look. Oh, I guess we don't get to actually see what's happening. Poor Hannah. Oh, I just realized that's the butler. Can't remember his name right now. I love her emotes. They're precious. Looks like it's eating the mask. Yeah. Nom nom nom. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots that people lagging behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch on until the cheers turn into several scandalized gasps. Johann's right.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke! I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me!
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman!
I don't believe him.
Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me! I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby?
Yes, she does. He doesn't, though.
Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
Yes! The commotion doesn't go farther, despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty more venom to spill. In a little while, security shows up, escorts her out. Apparently she's the chief inspector's wife too. As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess. But the damage has been done, and beyond the repercussions this'll bring, I'm more worried about Hannah. Maybe Luke too, in part. I've seen the man that hides behind the self-importance, and it is someone who cares for the person who stands beside him. Yeah, but that doesn't excuse the way he treats her. I don't care how much you love someone, you don't treat them like that. No matter how questionable that is now. After all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. And Hannah, she doesn't even get angry at him, she's just hurt. Well, as refined and well-mannered as she is in front of her guests, I'm not sure she'll be all too willing to tolerate this. Her party, her home, her husband, and that woman has just dared to walk over it. Yet, when I glance at her, there's only defeat. A weary slump on her shoulders and a certain depth to her breathing. Like the fight has already been drained out of her long ago. I don't know since when this has been going on. I don't know either of them well enough to judge myself. I'm simply an outsider who happens to have some kind of connection to with both of them. But the air of a person who wishes for respite, it's all too easy to see it in her, as she quietly watches the commotion carry on around her. In a moment, before I can think it through, I'm pulling her to the side and waving Zachary over to us.
Becca! This is a real oh, hey, Miss Wright.
Hello, Zachary. I told you to call me Hannah. Did I not?
What was he gonna say? I can't remember.
Yeah, you did.
Did he see something? Yeah, you were right there, and I'm pretty sure. Let the drama begin. Munches on popcorn. She does, yeah. That depends on your choices, actually. She can absolutely cheer him out if you choose correctly. Really? Oh. I'm surprised I didn't. Damn it. But also I feel bad for her, so. Probably this is an absolute mess. Yo, yeah, that's what he was going to say, but I don't know why he was going to say that. If it was because of the drama that just went down or something else. I think I accidentally saved that. Alright. Admittedly, this air of familiarity between them catches me off guard. I won't put it past Hannah. Her standing in society compels her to keep appearances. The be nice to everyone sort of thing. While Zachary's growing client base sometimes calls for rubbing elbows with the rich and famous. Lifestyles. Although, from the way it appears, this one seems to go beyond maintaining a facade for work. I wonder how this friendship came to be. I'd ask, but we're starting to attract some curious eyes. Most of them are probably searching for more gossip, something to add fuel to the fire. Thankfully, there's no need to explain it to Zachary. He's aware of the situation all too well.
So, this is what you called me for? We gonna get Hannah out of here?
That'd be great.
Soon, he's leading the three of us out of the ballroom. Anyone who dares speak or approach on our way out, I shut down with a sharp glare. Oh, helping a girl out. In a few steps, we're out, away from the commotion and the suffocating tension, and in a creepy-ass hallway. I don't stay long with them, though. Even if I want to, Ashton's still somewhere in that crowd. I've got to go back for him at least. No matter how much the idea of that alone sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach.
Hey, I gotta go back in there. Completely forgot my bag like an airhead, and I'll see if I can tag Ash on the way out. You'll be fine here, right, Hannah?
Not to worry, dearie. I'll just be right here.
Zach will be with you if you need anything.
Hannah Protection Squad activate. Hell yeah. Besides, it seems Zachary can handle this without another person helping out. In fact, for some reason, I've got the strange impression I might be intruding on something if I elect to remain. Better to entrust... No. They friends. Better to entrust this with someone she's comfortable with. And though it might be a little inappropriate considering what has transpired, a smile worms its way onto my lips as I leave. Good on them, I suppose. Chatter has exploded throughout the entire ballroom once I return. Worried murmurs, clicking of tongues, and inappropriate gossip filters through the thick tension in the room. Most of them haven't even left the premises, and they're already talking about it. Tomorrow it'll be on the news for sure, in every local broadsheet and tabloid in Luxbourne. No wonder Luke's knee-deep into damage control. With the scandalous woman gone, he has returned his attention on the media covering the event. Though so far, he isn't faring well in the cleanup department.
Now, people, we all know the drill. I'm sure you're all itching to get a start on those articles.
Good thing Zachary isn't here. I can't imagine a man of his temperament dealing with someone like him.
But if I read one word,
Zachary has a temperament?
Picture about this come morning, even a single shot of the bloody wine glass the harlot held, you will all lose more than your jobs.
Wait, Zachary has a temper? I haven't even seen it. Hannah ends up dying if she does chew him out, though. Oh, really? Ooh. I chose right. At least so far. I at least didn't confirm her death. Luke's diatribe goes on for another few minutes, after which he excuses himself out of the area. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause, before the place comes astir again, but shortly the buzz returns. Dancers have once again taken the floor, and their guests' excited talk begins anew. But I couldn't care less about any of this now. Simply standing in the middle of it already gives me a headache. I still say we should hopefully get Luke killed. We'll find out. I'm just not gonna care. I'll still try, but I'm not gonna care. When the shock has faded, I just feel bone tired. I've accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and apparently Ashton's disappeared sometime during the commotion. I'm not sure what pisses me off more. That he ignored me the whole evening and might have just left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
You didn't have to hide it from me.
It's the last straw. No longer in the mood, I grab my bag and head out, more than ready to end the disastrous night as early as possible. As it turns out, the night isn't done with me yet. Because no sooner has the porter closed the door behind me, I find myself standing alone in the foyer with one Luke Wright. I don't give a fuck. He looks worried, but I don't care. Saving. Because I have a feeling a decision's coming soon, and I'm a little scared. No sign of Hannah or Zachary. Just him and an agitated clicks his shoes make while he treads around the empty room. Away from the media's prying eyes and their guests' judging stares, it's easy to glean how much this scandal has shaken him. Has him shaken. Not to the point where he has utterly lost his composure, not to the point where he's utterly lost his composure. He appears to have mastered himself enough not to. But an ample opening is there for a nervous edge to show on the lines of his shoulders.
What do you know?
The man is not as tough as he makes himself out to be. We knew that. When we go to hit him, he cowers. Kat will try her best. Sure, I've seen this before, briefly in that 1 second in the hallway at school. It's a strange matter, however, to witness this out in the open. Behind closed doors, this is the real Luke Wright. Though maybe that's because he hasn't noticed my presence yet, busy as he is with his thinking. If he's aware, I doubt he'll be acting like this. His pride is one thing he will always wear with him. Even now, when I place a gentle hand on his shoulder, he whirls around to face me. There's a second-long moment of anger flash across his features before it dissolves into confusion. He tucks it away as quickly as he can, but it does nothing to change the impression I've built of the man in my head.
Daisy, must you be everywhere?
We've only met 3 times, Luke. Quit the dramatics. Besides, shouldn't you be aware of who gets invited to your party?
If I was, there wouldn't be any of that scene tonight. That munter wouldn't even get an inch within this property. I'd ban her off Luxbourne if I could.
He probably pawns everything off to their servants and Hannah. Pompous, elitist douche.
Did you just come out here to lecture me about it? Because, Daisy, I can already feel one coming tomorrow. I don't need to hear one from you tonight.
You are a very unpleasant man.
So I've been told. Will that be all? If so, I suggest you go back and join every bloody goss in that room.
Not everything. As unpleasant and frustrating talking with this man is, he deserves the benefit of the doubt at least. Does he? The questions and criticisms aren't lacking, of course. But right this instant, there's only one that comes to mind. I don't want to be like gossipy and is it true? Because of course he's going to say, no, it's not. And I just don't feel like hearing another lie. But also I don't want him to be with Hannah right now either. Luke is probably the hardest to kill off of the characters. What a shocker! Why? Because the amount of things that need to fall into place based on decisions throughout the game to make it happen. Really? Ugh. This probably has nothing to do with Rebecca living or dying. If I were Rebecca, I'd say this. It's rude to be gossipy. I don't really like either of these, to be honest. The why was more like, why can't I easily kill him? No, I figured. The issue of being the player with more knowledge than the characters as you play. Hard decisions, yeah. You should be with your wife, I guess.
You know, brooding over here isn't going to fix this mess.
Ah! We're back to normal!
Again with the lecture.
Will you stop calling it that?
Very well, what should we call this then? A heart-to-heart? Please don't. I might puke.
You're fine, huh? Option 3, eat a Maximus through the stained glass window. Yes. That. I mean, Luke is a known liar. The first question means nothing because there is not trust, right?
And just so you know, I don't want to talk about feelings. Ever.
This isn't one, all right? It's just a friendly concern. Bloody hell, can't you just take it for what it is?
He pauses at that. Suddenly, he doesn't know what to do with his hands, and in the end, he simply stuffs them back in his pockets and sulks. There probably aren't many people who tell him that. It's a difficult man to get along with, after all. He's a difficult man. I honestly won't give him a second of my time if I didn't see a different side to him. Dealing with him requires more than patience. When the awkwardness passes, mostly coming from him, he merely glances away. But the tightness in his shoulders has eased, and when he speaks again, despite his rather rude choice of words, none has any venom in it.
Friendly concern, right. While we're at it, I should mention that Hannah used to call that Viper friend. Now I think she might want to strangle the Munter if she sees her again. After she's done with me, of course.
I doubt she's going to do anything like that.
What do you even know about this?
Oh, I know enough. You may look like a sleazy douche, and you still are, by the way.
It's almost comical how fast his face shifts from mild disdain to offended, but I won't let it distract me. These things need to be said, and he needs to hear them. Even though they're coming from some meddling stranger.
But you have your few good moments. I might even say that you're a decent person, if I'm in the mood.
He's still racist.
Now go. If you really love her, you've got to try and fix this yourself.
And then he gets drunk and doesn't.
Maybe tomorrow.
Luke.
Daisy, did you see her earlier? Was that the face of a wife who wants to have a chat with her cheating husband?
Oh, well, at least you admitted you did something wrong. Good for you. How about a star? Would you like a star to go with that good deed?
Oh my god, her passive-aggressive teacher.
Don't get used to it. Do you realize how awkward this is?
Oh, I do.
Before I've even thought about what to say, I've known there can only be two ways this can go. All things considered, it isn't as bad as I've assumed. However, there are still some things my brand of encouragement can't fix. His marital problems, first and foremost, his attitude follows right after. Concerns aside, I can't help with those. Those are things only he can fix, and it's definitely not by standing around here bantering.
Don't worry, I was just about to leave. Feel free to continue with your brooding once I'm gone. I'm not going to tell anyone. Cross my heart.
You think this is funny, Daisy?
Laughter is the only response I gave him. With a slight wave of my hand, I end it right there and walk away. I got too long, didn't read, stop sulking. TLDR, specifically. Very few good moments, yeah. Yeah. Although I can't resist the urge to glance back before I leave, if only to have one last look at the man he really is. But the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it. Ooh, she's clinging to him so good. Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to the flame. Like the first time I've stepped inside this place in search of Isabella. He was there too, wasn't he? That man, along with his wife and another person, Miss McCollough, in that shadow. No. A woman now. Her, no longer a dark blur. Terror rushes through every vein in my body. A crippling sensation gripping every part of me while she stares at me with a glare filled with nothing but hate and venom. It's like staring at the eyes of a woman I've unknowingly robbed of something precious. My precious. Luke needs an adult. I try to say something, a warning, but before I can gather my wits and voice it out, someone shuts the door behind me, as if to keep outsiders away from the secrets this mansion possesses. Ugh, the brush of fresh air against my cheeks does little to dampen the chill in my bones. By now, the sensation, the fear and disquiet, leaves whenever I see her, is familiar enough for me. Already it has made a home in my nerves. I don't even notice my trembling hands until I cross my arms across my chest. The cold from the tips of my fingers seeps through the thick material of my shirt. I do know. Alright. As she was about to leave the party, Rebecca caught sight of a sulking Luke. She reminded him that brooding wouldn't fix anything, and that he should be with his wife instead. Before leaving the embarrassed man, Rebecca caught glimpses of a shadow standing behind him. Okay, I have to pee real quick, so I will be right back while I do that. Grab something to nom, maybe. Bad touch, bad touch! You guys get some BRB butts and some lo-fi. So enjoy it from the small break of this horror. BRB. My son knew when I was gone. He was comfortably on top of a cat tree. Last I saw him before I went into the bathroom, and I come back and he's eating her food. Oh shit, I forgot to run the jar again. Hold on. His food senses were tingling. Oh shit. Hold on again. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I forgot to grab some yogurt. So I chugged it and now I'm here. Excuse me. Alright. You guys ready? I'm not. I feel like the decision is coming to a close. And I'm not ready. I'm just really not. I also didn't realize these crickets were happening during that, and I'm sorry. Ow. Oop. You guys ready? Neither of it helps bring together some semblance of coherent thought in my head. But I know. I know I should.
Someone has to tell that douche.
I start walking back before fear can cripple me again. It's not wise. Returning, that is. especially after what happened. But Hannah's still an old friend, and Luke... Luke doesn't deserve whatever misfortune that letter might bring. I can't just leave those two in there. Isabella's right. She's real. And there's something she wants from everyone who has read that.
Becca, where'd you go off to?
If you're done here, let's go. I'll get you back to the city.
Thank you for keeping me safe. My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air is that I've allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, purpose forgotten, I whirl around and march towards him. One accusation after another piles up on the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling it at him. That straight face he keeps as I do doesn't help my temper my anger either. It only makes me want to slap more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
And before that, where have
That's
you
not
been
what
the
that said.
entire evening?
Right then and there, I might have forgiven him, if he'd shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign that my assumptions might be right. He doesn't even put them into words. A single gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is the same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying. In the face of it, amidst the thick tension and frustration a frustrated huff is the only thing I can
Be
summon.
that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, I'm already too exhausted for those. So without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stomp over to his car. It said stomp over his car. Although, before I can pull open the door, he calls out, one hand outstretched, a gentle weight on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
He pauses, his brows furrowing, and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head, while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps, I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come out blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again...
Becca, listen. I don't know how else...
That much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him. But whether I'll believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate. Yay! Now we pull everything out of context. Less context, the better. Oh my god. You say weird things, it's true. Come into my bush. Still remember that one. Yeah, fucking yeah, I'm going pee. Hell yeah.
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hannah Wright, and somehow you're friends with her. But you should stay away from these people for now. Especially the husband.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens into a scowl at my mention of the name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about it has greatly displeased him, evident in the stiff tone his voice assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
It's my turn to frown this time. What does he mean by that? Care to explain your reasons? I think that's perfectly fine too.
Care to explain your reasons?
Oh, good. He liked that. Wait, Ashton didn't... We weren't at full? Oh, right, because we upset him because we picked Hannah. Right. Oh, yeah, it was text-to-speech. Yeah, ye. It's supposed to be yay, but for some reason she said yeah, ye. I've not meant for it to sound as harsh as it does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match in me, particularly in nights like this. It's not surprising when Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing in tightly into a fist at his side. And that was the good one. And still not over Zigga Zagga. Then swiftly he glances away and shifts his focus on the line of trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? For the vague answers he continues to give? Does it include all the times before this? The year's worth of it? I don't doubt its sincerity. However, at the moment, the forgiveness he's asking isn't something I'm all too willing to hand, furious as I am. It's frankly a wonder how I can keep myself from raising my voice at him.
We'll talk about this tomorrow, and you better have a proper answer for me by then.
There's a brief hesitation before I step away. A short moment of wanting to say more, of waiting if he has anything to add. He's only silent, his eyes still trained at a distance. It is the last glimpse I see of him before I climb into his car. If the door slams close with the same force as the anger I'm holding, its sound merely vanishes into the night unnoticed. He follows soon after, and shortly we're on our way back to the city. Yet even with the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air of the mansion still lingers. Don't like this. Cursed night. Rebecca found Ashton waiting for her upon exiting the mansion. He looks actually really sad there. Irked because he was nowhere to be found during the entire party, she demanded to know what was going on. When he couldn't give her an answer, Rebecca warned that they'd still talk about it some other time. Would drugs be okay? I don't remember what that's referencing, but it does have a clip that you can copy paste, otherwise it's broken. They took out slashes, and I don't understand why. The moon is almost at its highest by the time we reach Salem Well. Aw, take care, Demonas. Have all of the sleeps. Take care of yourself, and thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Even after our clips are mostly gone due to DMCA action. That too. But also they're broken because slashes are gone. Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dwaddles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It's almost as if he's having an internal debate, whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven him away, purely out of spite, the second I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late, and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Irritation might still rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put him on another long drive. Especially when, and I don't want to be alone, especially when he still appears as if he hasn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
I throw the keys to my flat his way before protest forms on his lips. Although he catches it with ease, he eyes it with a weary expression and shoots a puzzled glance my way.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
You too, Demonas. Take care. We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted that reason, at least in the meantime. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
Where are you going? I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again? I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's even seeing anything at all. Figures this curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight that I can't just leave alone. Ashton's beliefs notwithstanding. It just so happens that it's one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion itself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No, but this is...
I've spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with a firm raise of my hand.
I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, growing quiet instead, although I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movement when he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost too... conflicted?
Are you really sure?
What?
That there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain. Now go. And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
The last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. If things aren't as strained, he might have had a quip or two about that, followed by light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I am left staring after him. There's something in the way he asked it that nags. Coupled with his expression, the whole exchange just feels unsettling. I feel like he's maybe seen something now, at least. One that doesn't fade even as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus onto another, even as I dial Professor Andrews' number. And that is when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one stray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for his question to be a jibe. It's a concern. For what, though? For my well-being? The letter's curse? The woman I mentioned? The answers for those who have to wait, however. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrews' voice echoes from the receiver. I'm gonna grab another one of these. Hi, Game Freak. Maybe he's finally starting to believe. Yeah, I figure that's probably when something finally happened to him. Finally!
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late. What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Oh, October 30th, Sunday. Day before Halloween. Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet with me 2 days later, in front of Luxborn's public library. So we're here. What else? Wait, hold on. What else happened on this day? That's it. Oh. Okay. So Ashton's gonna call ordering him to come there. He has other commitments, but being a longtime family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connections to thank for that. Of course, I'm not the sort to impose on him often, but the situation is, well, it's not entirely bad, although it does require calling in a few favors from friends like him. I would say it's bad, but okay. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. If I want to get more in-depth information on the Ermagerd mansion, that is. Not simply what they choose to show in the general public. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, and whatever it is, I won't find it in the general section. It has to be what they're keeping there, behind a public eye. The thought of that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. The wait for the professor doesn't last long. He never did enjoy making people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 5 minutes after I do, greeting me with the kind of smile and casual wave of his hand. I haven't seen him in so long, but it appears he hasn't changed much. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face.
Professor Andrew.
Rebecca. Didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that. Even if I can, it feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
All right, but just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age. But pleasantries aren't what we're here for, yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
He hands me the permit without further prompting. And just like he promised, he's also written a recommendation after his signature. This is more than enough to give me those files. I mutter a small thanks before slipping it into my pocket. Although when I look back up, his brows are furrowed, the very face of curiosity. Not surprising considering how vague I've been during our little talk over the phone. Right then and there, I've decided to tell him if he ever asks. Maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. It's the least I can do to thank him. As expected, true to his inquisitive nature, he asks.
If you don't mind, though, I know you've always been an eager learner, but may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
It's the Ermengarde mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that, and for a while, I fear he'll take the slip of paper back. Is there something in what I said?
The ones they have out in the general isn't enough?
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir. More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place. It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about.
Something? You think?
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it. But I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows, too. They are magnificent.
Oh, you've seen it.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it. My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans. Hannah Wright?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't? Buckhorn's most popular couple.
Something falls behind his eyes, the warmth in them suddenly gone, like he's reliving a painful distant memory and seeing it play right in front of him. It disappears almost as soon as it surfaces, but the look has unsettled something in me.
Is something the matter?
Nothing much. But you know, you're already like a daughter to me. So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
Is this about the Wrights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it. Anyway, I have to leave now. Can't miss my weekly serving of bear claws. Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you? I wish you luck with all that research.
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
His smile. Andrew gives my shoulder a light squeeze, the gesture a younger me has always appreciated, and quickly crosses the street after. I watch him until he disappears behind the door to the cafe, until the doubt swimming inside my head finds a moment to rest. Whatever his business is with the Wrights isn't anything I should concern myself about. But somehow, in the grand scheme of things now, all of it feels oddly relevant. And how, though, I've yet to find out. And I'm hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. On a gloomy Sunday morning, the library is especially empty. The second floor in particular. I've always considered this place to be a sanctuary, a respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, I grew up reading books here, spending hours here to no end, poring over the pages. Shouldn't there be a U? Anyway, maybe it's spelled differently. Living out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Now it feels nothing like it. The silence is smothering, suffocating. Even with how clean they've kept the microfiche room, how the entire small of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter. Breathing is a struggle for air. Not far into my stay, I begin to long for the noise outside, and perhaps as a way to calm this unease, I start to hum a tune. Imagine that. Why, of all things, It has to be the silly nursery rhyme. I have not even an inkling. It does its job, however. It fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that is enough for a distraction. I have business here. No time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. Even if there's a possibility of it being fruitless, by some means, it feels like I have to do it. If not for me, then for the people who have been affected by this, what do we even call this? Haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong? A curse? If Isabella were here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry I only listen to her now? It all stems from that one moment in the movie house, doesn't it? We could have avoided this had we only taken her warnings to heart. One stupid mistake is all it took to send our normal lives on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure if I'm angry at myself for it or at the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do with what little we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the right decision, but it's a start.
A good start.
It doesn't take much time for me to find what I need. A microfiche of old newspapers, long kept in special storage cabinets at the far end of the restricted section. The year is 1620s and beyond. Before the city of Luxborn even exists in the records, when the mansion has just been built, and Anselm is nothing more but a small, sleepy hamlet near a river. A lot of pieces are missing, days, sometimes several consecutive weeks without any records remaining. Often it goes on for years. Troublesome. But as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything at all, considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be picky now. Can't waste time mulling over the record keepers of the old could have done to make this a breeze for me.
I can still work with this.
The faint whir of the microfiche machine keeps me company as I go over each slide, each image, hoping for something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. There are snippets, little mentions of the family that once settled in the house here and there. The usual singing of praises for the couple who had helped brought up what was once a tiny settlement into a buzzing town. Nothing substantial, nothing I didn't know before. It continues on like this for a good while, until I come by the years after their deaths. The people of Anselm might have loved Lord William and Lord Elizabeth Armengard. Mourned their passing and held them in high esteem in the years after, but it was their daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. If her parents built this town, Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable, considering it was a period of recovery from a bout of plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. The fuck? What's surprising, though, apparently her time also marked more than superficial changes to the place. She moved things, changed laws, altered old customs and traditions. If they were done on a woman's whimsy, it doesn't say, but she seems capable enough for more than that. The gist of it is, the town she rebuilt, it's what eventually grew to become Luxborn City, while the nearby Anselm village remained as it was, a relic of the old. A frown swiftly forms on my face.
So, why is there a need to hide this?
She looks like the girl in the stained glass. One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. None of those ever mention this. It's always the lord and the lady of the house, their endearing child, always an afterthought to those anecdotes. The one who always took her life in the end. Never someone who restored a town from the brink of collapse or brought new ideas to it. Is it because she's a woman?
That pisses me off.
Yeah. Granted, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Not all aspects of her can be considered admirable. But this is history. Some parts are bound to naturally delve into unpleasant territory, whether I like it or not. Witch hunts, for example, became common near the end of her life, which would have been completely unremarkable and might have become a mere footnote in history if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the very slaves she saved. It caused quite a stir, enough to leave almost a week's worth of clippings. The girl was eventually burned, condemned by the entire town, at the word of Lady Charlotte alone. But this doesn't really have anything to do with this curse, does it? Unless that woman following us and the slave are the same person. A tale of revenge, how cliche. However, with the lack of accurate photos, it's impossible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration could start resembling her. But in my field, it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. I'll be the laughingstock of the community.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take a careful step away from the screen, pressing the palm of my tired eyes. The lack of ample light in this area doesn't help. A headache already threatens to form in the back of my head, yet I'm nowhere near finding out things. This is simply too much to take in all at once.
I should have asked for someone's help.
I assume it's the only tune anyone in the city knows. London Bridge. Oh my god. At least it wasn't Pop Goes the Weasel. Now I'm at a dead end. I start gathering everything around me and placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage. The motion's no longer new after volunteering here a number of times. I didn't make much mess anyway, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I'll have to look elsewhere. The where remains unknown, though. But just as I'm about to slip the last of the slides in, something catches my attention. My hand pauses, the microfiche halfway through its protective sleeve. This is one of the few I've set aside without taking a careful look at. It seems like a gossip column at first glance, but upon closer look. I slide it back into the reader, gently turning the dials in search of the page. It takes some time, but once the image becomes clear. Oh look, it looks like Luke and Hannah. They must have had this drawing commissioned for this announcement. I don't doubt it. The details are far more intricate. Their likeness likely closer to how they might have appeared at that time. They're both recognizable this way, closer to the paintings I've seen in the mansion. There you go. However, it's the man standing beside her, Edward Godfrey, according to the article that caught my attention previously. Her first cousin, and eventually her fiancé. Oh, is that the incest? Well, first cousin! Oh, that's just like straight up incest, ain't it? Alright. Maybe it's the posture. Yep. Oh boy, incest. The manner in which he holds himself. Or maybe it's the shape of his eyes, though I can't be too certain about that until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. He looks eerily like... My head snaps up, glowering at whoever's running in the floor above. Any day I'd march upstairs and reprimand whoever that is.
This is a library, for heaven's sake.
Ew! There's the incest. I thought so. I thought it was the past. Because I was like, no one here in the main story is related, so it must have been a ghost or past thing. But now isn't the time. I've got what I need. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button for a copy of the page, while my other hand moves to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips my lips. Relief, perhaps? Or maybe this is already exhaustion. Regardless, soon I'm closing my eyes as I wait for the printer to finish, if only to stave off the headache building up from everything. Why did I enter to that about Luke and Hannah? No, it's, that's not Luke and Hannah. That's the people that the paintings are about. Sometime, I've even begun humming the same song again for comfort. I would not call that comfort. With the help of Professor Andrew Clark, Rebecca was able gain access to Luxborn Library's restricted section. And there she discovered numerous accounts of the Ermagirds, all hidden from the public. Her research was interrupted, however, when? What? Save. Despite my doubts about this, despite all the tension in my shoulders, this may be a small find, but at least I can start somewhere. We can start somewhere. There's a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. However, its sound isn't what makes my eyes snap open. No! I hate this!
No.
I don't... No. I don't want this. Oh, I made a friend! Oh, a feeling. A chilly brush of air behind my back. Brief enough for something sickening to suddenly lodge itself in my throat while I take in my surroundings. It's a suffocating sensation.
Why do mathematicians confuse Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 25th.
I don't get it. Kat, thank you for the 666 biddies! God damn it. Get your nursery shit out of here. I hate this. Creeping to every part of me, crawling under my skin, draining me little by little of any strength. From that day in the mansion, from that brief moment at the school, without delay I grab the papers and make a quick beeline for the door. Shit. My whole body freezes. Hey!
What are you doing, Miss Pink?
I hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. For a little while, only the sound of papers crumpling under my grasp fills the room. The excitement from earlier gone instantly, replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading throughout my limbs. But more than the fear is the anger. It pains me to hear her using her own student's voice against me. More than once, I believe it was really her. She has no right.
Why don't you play with me?
Although she hasn't made a move, if there isn't a wall behind me, I'll probably take a step back. Anything to put distance between us, no matter how small, as long as I'm out of her reach. But I steel myself, because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'll be left with no way out. I am not dying here.
You think you scam me?
Miss Pink, don't be so rude. I'm waiting.
I'm not afraid of you, you spook. This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight. Come at me.
I expected she'll lunge, prove to me what a monster she is. Instead, she gives me a smile, twisted and gnarled. It's as if time has crawled to a stop at the sight of it. A split-second decision, and before I know it, my body shifts. Eyes closing in anticipation, hand grabbing whatever's solid enough for a nearby table and hurling it at her. I don't bother looking if whatever I threw hits its mark. I run, as fast as my legs can carry me, despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. But in the maze of bookshelves, with the whole place almost void of people. No! Is there even a place safe enough to escape to? Oh, I hate this! I hate this. This is a terrible question. Oh, because you don't have any inkling. Oh, no. I'm so scared. I want to say door because I feel like door gets you out. But what if it's locked? Whereas upstairs might be... There's no way to go upstairs. Upstairs just keeps going up. There's no way out. Unless you're underground, but... Oh, I hate this. Shit. Well, in horror movies, you never go upstairs. That is true. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, but also Hall wants me to commit to my decisions, and I'm sad about it. So it doesn't matter what I decide. If it were me, I would head for the door. If it said head for stairs, I would be much more confused because I don't know what level I'm on. But stairs say exit, so I don't know. I would also consider this the door. Wait, hold up. It's okay. Which one leads me to this? Can I ask that, Hall, or can I not? Because I don't know if this is door or stairs. I hate that. That's misleading as fuck. Oh, shit. I'm scared. I'm not gonna say anything. Fuck. I'm so afraid that my instinct... Like, now I really want to choose stairs because I noticed this. Because exit and it's showing upstairs. Like, now I really want to do that. But I'm afraid now I'm second guessing myself and not going with my instinct, and I will literally regret it if I didn't go with my instinct and that was the right choice. Oh. Fuck. If I knew the layout of the library, like I was Rebecca and I knew the stairs led to out of the building, I would do the stairs. I would do that. But the problem is I don't know the layout of this goddamn building as the reader. I hate this. Also, red means scary. Fuck, I'm so scared. Red means scary. I know, but it's also the exit. Shit. I've had such a good feeling about all of the things I've picked. Like, I'm like, don't be alone. Don't follow the scary noise. This is the worst decision they've had me do all fucking game. I feel like the game is letting me know that upstairs is the exit. And maybe I'm in like a lower floor. Like, just because of this picture. Like, I feel like if you're observant enough, this is your hint. Because I don't see a door otherwise. Unless that is the door, but that doesn't help either. Fuck it. There are people upstairs, aren't there? The weekend staff or some volunteer? There should be. Even if it's Sunday and I'm the only here on a special permit, there should be at least one other person manning this place. I heard them a while ago. Of course, I couldn't possibly tell them about this. They won't believe me in the same manner. We didn't buy Isabella's story until it's too late, but I can easily come up with excuses. For now, what's important is I don't end up trapped and alone with her.
Safety in numbers, as they say.
There's no hesitation in my steps as I race upstairs, ears straining for any signs of sounds of the woman appearing, jumping at me again at any second. I can still hear her behind me, the grinding of her bones whispers she keeps calling me back. Although it's at a distance, I don't slow my pace. Library rules be damned. Because no matter how much I pretend to be brave, level-headed one, or the tough one, this terrifies me. This scares me more than anything. This isn't how I plan to die. But when I get to the third floor... Fuck! Fuck! Only silence welcomes me and an emptiness that stretches out far too wide, spanning the entirety of the floor for it to be reassuring. And just behind me, somewhere at the foot of the stairs, panic rises up in my throat. No other way now but up. So I bolt, desperation kicking in without warning. I take 2 steps at a time, tripping clumsily over some of it in my last-ditch effort attempt to escape. I'm so sad. I am so fucking sad. So sad that I didn't go with my instinct and I want to cry now. I hate that this picture misled me. I hate it. I hate it so much. But I know, at the back of my mind, I know all this is futile. With every footfall, with every ragged breath, with every pounding of my heart, it gets hammered into my mind, and it only becomes clear to me once the door at the end opens, revealing the vast expanse of Luxbourne's early morning skyline, and with her treading at my heels, blocking my only way out.
Stay away from me!
I really want to reload. I'm really upset. A useless plea. Does she even understand a word I say? Can she even? Is she still human in the first place? Somehow I doubt it. Because no human being will ever do this. I'm so upset that picture misled me to thinking I was underground. I'm so upset. Simply imagining what she's capable of doing to us. I never want to give her that chance.
I'm telling you to back off!
Her gait is slow as she walks forward. Each stride accompanied by a sound of breaking bones, of blood oozing from wounds that never found healing. And with every inch she draws nearer, even as I pull away to take back what little distance I can between us, the smile on her merely grows wider. A mocking gesture for me. She may be less of a human now, but I'm pretty sure she's fully aware she's got me cornered. She wouldn't even bother making it here if she isn't. But I can't look away. I can't bring myself to, even as the heel of my shoe eventually hits the edge. End of the line. Trapped. Run around her! Don't you jump off the building! Alone. So this is how it ends, huh? Quietly and without fanfare, surrounded by a warm breeze. Not a warm breeze, but chilly morning air. No soft footfalls on an empty hallway, but the din of early morning traffic below. No warm afternoon light. Nothing but the cold, pungent smell of death. All underneath a dreary morning sky. How fitting. Yet amidst all of it, there's a single voice I want to hear. If only for the last time.
Becca? Hey, did I wake you up?
Why don't you just keep him on the phone and walk past the goddamn ghost?
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought... Where are you?
The one I grew up with. I'm not even crying because it's sad. I'm crying because I'm so frustrated. Who always got grades better than I did without even trying. Whose silly antics I have to put up with all these years. Who stood by me even when things got tougher. That one person who's been a constant in my life.
Ash, do you remember that one time?
The what?
Back in secondary. We joined a contest back then, didn't we?
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised. Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
So weird. Despite everything, my lips curled up into a smile. Faint, a sad little thing on its own given the situation, because even at the end I know I have this. The casual talk, the friendly banter, talking like how we always would as children. If only I haven't been so selfish. If only I hadn't taken all this for granted in favor of my feelings. Then perhaps I won't be regretting anything now.
You're being
Thanks for
weird
the
today,
regrets rubbing in my face.
Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
I wish time would simply stop for us. There are still a lot of things I want to say. Things I never bothered saying out loud. Things I should have said a long time ago to someone who has always been by my side. But in this moment, there's only one.
Ash.
One thing's constant.
Hold on. Did I do something?
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you? God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
Can you tell him? And still keep running? How about we be fucking smart? But no, I guess my decision's fucking cursed. Soft click, and I'm closing my eyes. There's a rush of air, the sound of the world dimming around me, like a song coming to its inevitable end.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Great. Cool. Needed to hear that. Great. A memory fragment. Just what I wanted. 'Cause I care. Trapped in with nowhere else to go because she's literally a dumb hoe. Rebecca called the one person who always had a special place in her heart, all to say thank you, if only for the last time. Yeah, whatever. I'm so mad at this game right now. Misleading as fuck. parties have never really been my thing. They're always such a hassle and take so much time off my day. Prior plans and commitments canceled, all for the sake of playing along with others.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
I hated them even as a
Please
child.
make yourselves at home.
But Mom often insisted. She'd slick back my hair, put me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and even if there were any children around, urge me to make friends. Never mind how utterly loud and tedious it is. It was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. No, I'm livid. That was the stupidest way they could have made that decision, and I am pissed at myself. I'm pissed at the game. I'm just pissed. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me. Fuck, I thought I had it together. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me, long before I've chosen what I wanted to do with my life. But I can't stop, I still have a half hour left to do. Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out, and much to my mom's frustration, I always managed to sneak my CD player along. I kept to myself and to my music, had my little own world, until I learned to observe. Hi, Deafy Gamer. Sorry, you caught me at a really terrible time. It's a simple matter of awareness, really. And for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie or a simple flick of the wrist alone could tell volumes about a person. I still don't like parties, especially ones as big and fancy as the Wright's housewarming. However, when there's actual reason to go to them, I figure they're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Besides, like it or not, it's not all part of the job. I'm here on a mission. One that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to remain inconspicuous after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes across Luxborn. Granted, most of it have gone cold over the years, having stagnated without any leads or evidence, but that still doesn't make him any less suspect. Yet here he is, throwing a party in his own backyard. Although having observed the man this past year, I'm not even shocked. He craves it, the damn spotlight, constantly yearns for attention, like a neglected puppy. Not even if I ask you to, I'd feel bad. I'd honestly feel bad. I don't want it to end because I'm pissed. So I'm saving. Oh, it already did. Anyway. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why he's nowhere to be found in his own party. But that's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far his reach extends. How close he has creeped into the lives of the people I care about. Again, like a stubborn itch he couldn't be rid of. First, Professor Clark. Then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago, and now there's also Rebecca. Apparently.
Ashton?
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
That explains things. It makes things this difficult all the same. As if getting a contact among the staff to sneak a name into the guest list isn't hard enough. The guy almost ditched me last night and might have placed another setback on my investigation if it weren't for my generous tip. Then here comes Rebecca, another person to mind.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
Did this conversation happen inside? Rebecca has kitty ears because of the building? Yes. It's really late for me anyway. It's up to you, but I'm fine with stopping here. Ugh. It's just a half hour short. But you're right, it is late for you, and I did start late, so I was gonna go later, but I guess that does mean later for you. Arrived in the middle of the game, apparently. Well, the game's really, really, really long. So we've been working on it over the course of several months because it's a Patreon pick, so it gets picked once every month by Hall. So it's, we've done, it starts you off with chapters, and you work your way down. You start off as Isabelle. We've already played Isabelle, Hannah, Zachary, Marianne, and we just finished Rebecca. RIP. F's in chat. So now we're Ashton, and we have Luke left. I don't give a fuck anymore about who lives in, or about who lives and dies in the last few chapters, because it's just them. I don't care. So, yeah. So we're a good way through the game, but we've been working on it little by little, because Patreon picks are once a month. So, powerful place to end the episode and think about it and consider. Think about what? The fact that I fucked up? Sorry, I'm really salty. It's not even the game that has me. Again, I wasn't crying or emotionally impacted by the scene. I was pissed off I didn't listen to my own instincts, and that the game didn't have a clear... I'm pissed off they had a very misleading picture in their background of that decision. I'm not trying to be mad at you, and I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know if I'd call it a powerful scene so much as a bullshit one.
This is part 10 of our playthrough. Yeah, we've been working on it a while. Who lives and dies tells your story. Yeah, I just have a really, really hard time accepting that when it was unclear what my decision was, because I didn't know which one was the exit when Rebecca would have known. So I find that to be a really cheap way to get a death, in my opinion. That pisses me off. Because you had no clue. Personally, that's not a way I think it should have been. And personally, I have a very hard time not getting good endings. I really like to get good endings, so. But that's a personal thing. Like, all of the other ones I would have been fine with because it kind of made more sense on which one was, like, what you were deciding. Being alone, not being alone. Following the scary noise, not following the scary noise. That was just the most bullshit, misleading death in the entire game, and I'm so mad about it. Like, that was just bullshit in my opinion. Store the salt, the rage, keep it for when you need it, when you get to unleash it on Luke. But apparently Luke's gonna fucking live because it's hard to kill him. And I'm kind of pissed about that too. They should have given a hint, like a map or something. Yeah, like it should have given a hint like earlier, like she walked down the stairs to get in there or through the door or whatever. Like it just should have been more clear about, like Rebecca would have fucking known. It should have said, go for the exit or the stairs. It shouldn't have said door. I don't know what fucking door you're talking about. On top of that, the picture shows the fucking stairs with an exit sign above it, which is misleading as fucking all. I'm mad. I'm mad at that specifically. Just. Yeah, I'm clearly probably not ending right now. Because I feel bad for Hall. I don't want Hall to stay up any later. I feel really bad. On top of that, I'm frustrated that I can't keep my emotions in check right now, which is making the crying happen more because I cry when I'm frustrated, so it's just like an never-ending circle right now. I feel like I can't be angry at it though, as much as I want to be angry at it. Because I know this is a beloved game. That was just such bullshit. I find it powerful in part because you generally feel more strongly than I do. That's fair. But I will say it's not the story that got me. I just want to be clear about that. It's not the story at all. It's not the fact that Rebecca was crying. That didn't affect me at all. If anything, that made me more pissed. But I wasn't sad. I'm not sad. It's just very conflicting because I'm crying because that's the only way my body knows how to express frustration. Don't know why. Beloved games are allowed to have flaws. I know. I know, Kath. I know. I just have a lot of feelings right now, and my body doesn't know how to handle them. I would have made the same choice because the door seemed too easy, too obvious. Yeah, I thought that it would be locked. I thought that the picture was like a subtle hint. And now I'm mad the picture existed in the first place. If it didn't say exit, but it said exit, and that's what I'm pissed about. Because I thought it led out, not to multiple fucking floors above you. But I was gonna go for the door anyway, because I was like, okay, stairs usually mean up multiple flights. So I would, if I were Rebecca, I'd go for the door. And that was my fucking instinct until I noticed the picture. I'm just so mad the picture said exit above the stairs. I'm so salty about that. Because that swayed me.
It's why I always lean towards horror movie tropes from all my knowledge, yeah. And that's what I would have done had I not noticed the picture, and I wish I'd made the decision before I had. I also hate that I have to leave it on this note, and I'm so sorry. I was doing so well that I fucked it all up. By not listening to myself. Sucks. Sucks a lot. I love you too. Fuck. Logically speaking, she went to the archives for research, so somewhere downstairs basement, like, yeah, that's what I was thinking when the stairs said exit. I was like, okay, maybe she actually is underground. I don't fucking know. You didn't fuck anything up, but I did. I will say you guys are gonna have a very, very, very difficult time convincing me I didn't. Just because I'm so stubborn. I'm so stubborn. But I really, really do appreciate you guys being so sweet. Feelings. Many, many feelings. I'll save again. I'm off tomorrow, so I have all night. Thanks. Really, the cleaners are to blame for only dusting that part of the side and leaving the big no all hidden. Fair. We are stubborn to convince you otherwise. Fair. No, I know. It's just like, I thought about the fact she's the most important person right now because she knew so much. By knowing about that person and having access to the files, she was able to help everyone figure this out. And now I'm afraid I've caused all of them to die because I killed Rebecca. She seemed like the most important person information-wise. I know. If honestly her death causes other people to die, don't be surprised if this reaction happens then too. I will be pissed. That's okay, Spirit. What building roof has roof access but no fire escape? Like, I'm also kind of pissed at how they wrote her just succumbing to it. It's almost like she just jumped herself. It doesn't even seem like the ghost killed her. It doesn't seem like the ghost pushed her. It doesn't. She's just like, well, bye ghost, and jumped is like what it fucking seems like she did, which is stupid. And I'm pissed about that too, because she could have stayed on the phone with Ashton and fucking run around the ghost, and then you're not trapped anymore. No one's character death causes any other. Okay, there's at least that. Thank you for letting me know that. 5, 6, 7, 8. Who do we appreciate? Cat, thank you. Fire escapes are dangerous. You need to contain fire in one place so it doesn't spread. God damn it. Don't listen to Fender. That was false information. Oh my god. To be fair, if I thought Ghost had me cornered and doomed, I would consider denying it the kill. Fuck up its KD ratio, you know? God damn it. Fender, you know what? Yeah, I'm just really kind of frustrated at how she was written and shit, and how that whole scene was written, and it was just, it felt like the most bullshit out of any choice I've had to deal with on top of that situation. What, cat? Oh my god. Like, I get being frozen in place and then the ghost, like, does something, but it doesn't even seem like the ghost did anything. The ghost let you talk to him. Like, the ghost was just like, oh, okay, I'll wait. You done? No, you're not done? Okay. Are you done now? No? Okay. Okay, she's crying now. I guess I'll still wait. Like, what was the ghost fucking doing? Oh, I'm so mad. Anyway. No one makes me bleed my own blood. Nobody! That. God damn it. Salt. Num 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 num. Okay, anyway. Before I go on more rants. About how for a smart person she was really fucking dumb. Ghost was being Finder level troll. I know. It was just standing by the door like, what you gonna do about this? I'm here. That she didn't even try to rebel or continue escaping was an odd choice. Yeah, I don't know why. For someone that fought was like, I'm not gonna die here, and then was just like, I guess I'm dying in the open. What a nice breeze. Like, to go from fight, then flight, to just giving up. Just fucking whatever. She's book smart, not street smart, apparently. She's still smart. Mad about it. Bullshit. I'll probably, on my own time, go back after I've beaten the game. I'll go back to that save and fucking play it out from there, because I just said that's bullshit and I'm mad about it. That was literally bullshit and misleading and stupid. Thank you for the cuddle puddles. But I do really appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you for being a lovely Patreon being and for being so understanding. That's gonna make me emotional and start crying. Not out of frustration, but because of appreciation. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. Could you post on YouTube the result? I wasn't probably gonna record it because the thing is that I don't know, I could be wrong. But just seeing Rebecca live versus die, it probably just would have been like, go out into the open and then it cuts to black. Because that's how all of them have been. They haven't shown you or confirmed a death or living. But that was the first time they ever confirmed a death. So it's probably just her being like, run out into the open and then cuts to Ashton. Is probably just what it was going to be. And then Ashton's is still going to play out exactly how Ashton's does. Except for maybe the end with Rebecca. And I'm guessing Luke's is not going to be much different, to be honest. So, like, I don't think route-wise that's going to change much afterward. I could be wrong. Maybe there's, like, a whole thing at the end with, like, who's alive and dead. But sorry that it upset you that much. It's not your fault. I just have a really hard time with choice games. Like, in general, as you guys know, I have a really hard time with D&D or, like, Skyrim I've talked about, like open world. I have a really hard time with having too many choices. And then people ask me why. Like, why are you afraid to play D&D? Because I'm afraid to make the wrong choice. Oh, well, it's D&D, it's Skyrim. You can't make a wrong choice. But see, I can. And I don't mean wrong as in, like, right or wrong. I mean wrong as in one I didn't want to make. One that I made, not realizing the consequences. And then it happened, and I'm like, that's wrong. That's clearly wrong, because it's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted to happen, and now it's happened, and now I'm fucked. And that's why I don't do those things often. I did push myself to play D&D because I didn't want it to stop me, but it doesn't mean the anxiety's still not there. So this was just like prime example of I didn't want this to happen. Not just her death, but just the fact that I didn't know what my decision was gonna do. And so it doesn't even feel like it was my decision. It feels like it was taken out of my hands to purposely be a 50-50 coin toss-up. It doesn't even feel like it was a decision. It was like heads or tails. And it's like, okay, thanks. That's why I have a hard time with it. It's just something in general that I have a hard time with. So that's why I reacted as strongly as I did, because it wasn't even my choice, really. I mean, it was my choice, but it was like a 50-50 good luck. Like, it wasn't based off any information. Especially what, again, like I said, even more frustrating is how it was worded for someone like Rebecca, who would have known how to get the fuck out of the library. So it should have said upstairs or exit. It should have said that, not door. What door? What fucking door? Especially when the picture doesn't show a door. So, like, I don't know what leads to what in this instance. Rebecca fucking would've. So, like, that's why I'm mad about it, because I don't know. And that's why I kind of was worried about playing D&D, because I was afraid I'd get mad at the DM, like how I'm mad at this game, for not being clear enough about something, and then my decision upset me. So I think that's why I had such a hard time for the ending of D&D. I won't spoil it if anyone ever wants to go through our Still Dark River campaign. But something happens that I didn't expect to happen, and I was completely heartbroken. Completely. And I cried, and I couldn't hold it together. But we had to keep going and keep playing, because I felt the pressure of doing that because of older people around me. But I felt like definitely it was taken out of my hands, is what it felt like. Because I knew what I had to do, and I didn't want to fucking do it. That was me with Until Dawn. Yeah, Until Dawn is literally that. It's right or left, and I hate that shit. It's like keep running or hide. All right, cool. But I mean, like, I get that. I at least know the decision I'm making. I'm hiding, or I'm keeping on running. One makes more noise, the other one's more quiet, but you don't make progress. Like, which one? Like, I can plus or minus that. I didn't feel like I could plus or minus this, because at first I did, and that's why I was going to choose door anyway, because that felt like the more direct exit. It's just the picture. The picture pissed me off. Like, that makes me angry. But yeah, like, I totally get that for Until Dawn. And, like, Until Dawn, I actually, like I said, looked up the, quick times, because I killed Jessica because I couldn't press a button in time, and I was pissed about it. I was so pissed. So I was like, fuck that. If anyone's dying, it's gonna be because of our decisions and not because of my inability to press a fucking quick time. Which I will say, I have appreciated that this game hasn't done that, because I find that to be bullshit. So I imagine Kat wants to do that part in private. Yeah. I gotta do a thing. Go do a thing, Kat. Visual novels just do that, unfortunately. I have a law about choices, which is the law of unintended consequences. I get that. I'm still pissed off about the misleading picture. I'm mad that the game did that. I'm really salty about that, because, again, it's just that Rebecca would have known how to get the fuck out, and I'm mad at the way they worded it, personally. I would have accepted any other death of any other person because of the choice I made. Because they were clear. That one wasn't clear. Hi, Themo. Hello. The choice it gives you doesn't tell you what you are really getting into. Yes and no. When you heard crying as Zach, and you were like, okay, do I leave, or am I gonna go check out that crying? One, it's the crying. And, like, it's her crying. I'm good. Hannah will be fine. Fuck that. It was very obvious, it felt like. And if I had gone to it, I would have been like, okay, I knew that would have been a risk there. This literally was like, good fucking luck. I don't think there's anything that will ever convince me that choice was okay. That writing was done well. No, absolutely not. Rebecca would have known how to get out, so it should have said exit versus stairs. Or if it had choices of door and stairs, it should have shown me door and stairs to know what I was getting into. Don't give me a picture that says exit above the fucking stairs. Don't tell me Rebecca doesn't fucking know how to get out of the goddamn building. I know you're not, by the way. I'm saying that for like future anyone that comments on YouTube or whatever. So it's more like tell person to shut up and then the person shoots the person. That kind of misleading choice. Not to that. Yes, yes and no. I mean, it's more like I told the ghost to shut up and the ghost made me shut up. I expect that to happen though. That's not really that misleading. It's just the fact that you don't like that it's not even like, oh, I hope my answer's correct. It's, well, I guess I'm fucked because it's literally a 50-50 choice with no inkling of knowing what's right or wrong. Like, I didn't know she was gonna be like, upstairs possibly has people and down, like, the door. Like, I wish before you made the decision, it made kind of a hint of why she had the thought process of either going upstairs or to the door. And it feels like for every other route, they've done that. They're like, do you want to be alone or do you want to do said thing? Like, oh, I hear Hannah crying. Should I go and help her? Or should, like, is that none of my business or something? Like, Becca didn't have that thought process that every other person has had before this. And I'm just like, they purposely were like, here's the hardest person to keep alive, like Jessica. Good fucking luck. We want this to be hard on you. We want this to purposely be the hardest choice in the game. Because, fuck you. That's what it felt like the writers did. And I'm mad about it. And I don't think I'll ever be over it. Got Ash killed because I forgot that the Wendigo mimics voices. Oh, right. I remember you telling me that. Yeah. I mean, me personally, I'd succumb to it because I'd be like, yep, I made that decision. Fuck. But I get why that would also upset you. Because, like, yeah, if you don't like making wrong choices, it's hard. Damn Wendigos, yeah. Players deserve and need to have all the same level of information that the character does. That includes the basic settings, such as I am on X floor and similar. I really wish they would have said that in the beginning of her going into the library. So I kind of had an idea of the layout. Or even if I missed it, it's my own fault because I missed it. I don't think there was anything. I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I'm pretty sure the devs purposely left it out so that way you were equally more fucked when the decision came up. So that way you didn't make the decision on knowing where the exit was. That bothers me. It's like trolling is what it felt like. It felt like I was trolled because of not only not knowing information, but because of the picture in the background. I just remember Telltale Season 2 of The Walking Dead and saving Sarah only to die not long after. Like, what the fuck, Telltale? What was the point of giving me a choice if she still dies? That's Telltale to it. That is literally Telltale to a T. No matter who you save in any of their games, that person's probably dying later. Always. I found that out so early on because it happened twice and I was like, oh, I guess this is a thing that happens all the time now, and it did. Unfortunately. The text did say she was on the second floor earlier in the piece, however, it was a good 10 minutes or so. Okay, I'll accept that. I was wrong. Like I said, correct me if I'm wrong. So, that's fair. I missed that then. And that was my fault. That was completely my fault. I will say though, that does feel like the devs purposely, intentionally made that so far in advance so that way you would have forgotten it by the time the intense moment was happening. Sometimes I wonder if they do stuff like that so you'll play the game again. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't recall any info layout throughout the Rebecca route so far. I thought not. But yeah. If it said second floor, my bad. Completely my bad because I didn't catch it. So. I should have asked you guys which floor am I on, though I don't know if you would have answered. So it relied on panic making you forget tactic. Yeah, which again, Rebecca wouldn't have done. Nobody would do that. Nobody would forget where the exit is of where you are in relation to things. No, nobody would do that. If you know the building well enough, which sounds like she went to the library a lot, she would know where the fucking exit was. I'll still not be over that. Specifically. It definitely felt like the writers wanted you to be fucked over in that. They were relying on, yes, you forgetting, because they didn't want to tell you before. They relied on, they purposely worded it door rather than exit and stairs. They intentionally did that. They intentionally wanted to fuck more people up, basically, which they haven't done until this point, which also frustrates me because it kind of sours my experience a little bit, because I was like really getting into the way it was written and stuff, and then this is the first time it feels like I was tricked because again of the picture and then the wording. But yeah, that's just my personal thing though. But I mean, like, you can always leave reviews, so I don't think that'll ever, the total playtime thing, I don't think would ever, I don't think that's their intention of like purposely saying it's a good game because of total playtime. People leave reviews for a long game even if it sucked. They'll say it sucked. So I don't think that's the thing, because people still say that it's a good game. I just am upset about that particular event that unfolded. And it's probably because I failed it. Whereas I don't know if I'd feel the same had I succeeded. I have no clue, because that's not what happened. So, really have to go. Thank you, Call. Thank you again. All the hugs. All the hugs. Please don't feel bad. Please don't feel bad. Please. So, I am just an upsetty spaghetti, but that's okay. So, take care of yourself and all the hugs. But yeah, so I saved. I'm gonna quit here. And we are gonna switch on over to Chilla Chat. Yes, there we go. Want to make sure I did it right, or went to the right one instead of art. Do you like My Little Pony? I've actually never seen it. I don't have a strong opinion one way or another, basically. Personally. Funny thing is, choice-based games are the easiest for me to complete, even if they're not the best, whereas actual good games are like, gotta set some time aside now, don't know how I like it though. Fair. Life is Strange 3 in a couple days. I mean, that's fair. Gets you into it over time. That's totally fair. We're gonna go and raid someone, chat. We're gonna go give some love to someone. Thank you guys again for being here. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry that I'm a hot mess. There's the raid response. If you guys would like to copy and paste it to 1, make sure it works, and 2, to let us know you're coming with. If I were playing, I'd be upset, but just reload afterward. If I could, I would. If I honestly could, I would have. Hence why I'm keeping that save separate for me to do later for myself. So, let's go give someone some love. Let's
raid. Let's see. I have an 11th month anniversary, chat. I'm gonna go announce it. Let's go give some love to Kuri, who is currently building a bookshelf. So let's go give her some support while she does this thing. Heck yes. Let's go give her all the things. Whoops. It's okay. I've done that. Absolutely. But thank you guys again for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Mario Kart. I'll be playing Mario Kart with my lovely boyfriend, Finder. And I'll be dressed as a sexy Mario. You're welcome. I don't know if that's a you're welcome. I don't know. But thank you guys so much for being here. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at noon Central Standard Time. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in Kuri's chat. I will not be voiced by Chris Pratt. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in the chat. Have a... Aw, thanks, Wolf Prince. I'll be Sexy Wario. The body paint is expensive. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in Kuri's chat. Take care, everyone. Have a lovely night. Take care of yourselves. Bye, everyone. Bye, guys.